VR
You?
chat
Oh, VR
into
chat.
VR chat, and then after that it's done. But until I get that. Oh hi.
Oh, hello.
Hi, chat.
Hi.
Sorry about all of that, chat.
Hello.
VR chat. Hello.
I was complaining. Sorry.
You're fine.
It
You're
be
fine.
like that.
And welcome everybody to Capricious Reverie Session 8. I've got a bunch of stuff on my screen, a bunch of stuff that's getting ready to go. I think all of our players are here and ready to start. How are you all doing?
Good.
Based and poggers.
Opening roll 20 right now.
Who's T-posing on the table?
Oh, I need to change my icon away from raid. Hold on. Oops. Be right back.
Don't turn your voice towards her again. We're not ready to come back and we'll start crying tears of pain.
Raid is actually Raid's the BBG for this campaign.
It furiously writes down Swap's plot.
If we're not fighting raid at the end of this campaign, I'm on the mad. Just real quick.
We won't fight him, I'll seduce him.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Hand him over.
Wasn't ready for this.
Why aren't you ready? I'm the one that needs to be ready.
You? Oh yeah, that's right.
It's me. I'm the one.
Oh well, that's my success actually. Thank you for your sacrifice once again.
Mika's normal,
What is this
everyone.
Yeah, I'm normal. The other guy was weird. I don't know what you're talking about.
The other guy was so weird. I mean, did you hear his voice?
Yeah.
Hear his voice. That's what they say.
Totally a poser.
There we go. There's my name.
There we go. Okay,
Everything's fine.
I'm gonna go ahead and bring us all into the game. Don't you all mind me? We'll honestly just be coming in right where we left off, but it shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Biggest question is, where did we last left off?
Open the notes.
Open the Cora document, quick.
Well,
Speaking of, sorry,
no, go ahead.
I recently updated some of the NPCs and locations.
Hog? Is?
Progress.
Progress.
So, welcome all of you back to Capricious Reverie. Last session, we all arrived inside of the capital of Kestramore. In the midst of our capital visit, we decided to carry out the mission that we had undertaken all the way to its completion, its fulfillment. The extra mile, one would say, to getting young Wheaton back to his grandparents and making sure that he had a future set up to him that would hopefully be better than the childhood that he was left with. With that to be said, the capital offered much more to a lot of you here than you would expect. As some of you decided to split off and go and make sure that all of the proper channels were informed of your best doings, and missions were handed out of what to do next. Some of you decided to go and try and find respite at one of the local taverns and inns. And despite your best efforts to avoid any trouble, one of your pasts was caught up to you as someone had taken offense simply by your very presence to a past that you had hoped had forgotten you, but of course hadn't. Still, you all were able to subdue that trouble and are now in the midst of settling back into the tavern. A slightly more anxious and quieted tone, but people are still merry, people are still eating, and you all are still in need of rest. And that is where we bring ourselves back into.
I feel about this time Miko would be coming back from where they were last time.
Gotcha.
And they would just walk through the door and try to find the rest of the party.
much gold.
Oh, did you say the name of our inn?
Yes, you all are meeting back up at the inn called the Laughing Pickle.
Yes, good. That has to be said. The Laughing Pickle.
The
Yes,
laughing
laughing
pickle.
The Laughing Pickle has to be said.
Mm-hmm. Laughing pickle.
Laughing Pickle.
Yes, indeed, the laughing pickle.
Yes.
I like to imagine Venner spent the rest of his 9 gold just stuffing his face with food. So I'm gonna deduct 9 gold.
That's a lot of food.
That is a ton of food.
That is
you
a
could
That
buy the
is
establishment.
so
You could
much food.
nearly buy the establishment.
I'm a big boy. You need some big food.
Bro, that's the entire food stock for like this entire place.
So be it.
And for the next 2 months.
They must go for winter. And I am a marauder. I am dead ass serious. I am buying 9G worth of food. See?
Okay, I'm not gonna pull out a ton of food tokens, but your table is full of food as the bar waitress makes her way back with platter after platter, and the innkeep himself is basically said that with the 9 gold, he's gonna go ahead and as he's providing the food, he asks, are you staying? Are you staying the night? How long do you want to stay for? He wants to make sure that he gives you the absolute most out of the 9 gold that you've given him, so that he doesn't have to return as much. He assumes when you realize that you gave him 9 gold.
Looks over at, well, one of you two. You're staying or going? Both motions.
I leave for an hour. What is...
Obsidian's flinching immediately at your tone, Mika.
Hello, what's happened?
I just point over at Onyx.
What
I'm
did you...
assuming something bad.
No, not really.
Something not good. Something less than optimal.
How can you tell?
Yes. Mika will go up to Onyx and just pat them on the back. Do you need someone gone?
I'm sorry, what?
Taken care of. Removed.
No. I can explain, but I don't feel like...
Later then.
How about in room? Not in my work. In our own rooms. Stuffing a chicken leg in my mouth.
Yeah, a room would probably be a good idea.
Van, did you do this to the table?
Mm-hmm.
How much did you spend?
9 gold.
You do realize that's a loss, right?
Really?
You might as well feed everyone for the next week.
As he's eating like half the food already. Well, I had money to spend. I might as well spend it all. I don't need anything else at the moment, and so I need something later.
Mika rubs her temples.
And besides, barkeep, 6 rooms? No, 5. 4? Wait, how many rooms are we getting?
You share your room with Mizeli, if I remember correctly, so you need to share one. So -1.
So 5. 5 rooms!
And when you call out for 5 rooms, the barkeep holds their hand up with a thumbs up, and they look back towards you, Broussard, and Uzeli, who are at the bar, and they go, "Well, I got your names, and I've got the 5 keys, and she slides them up onto the bar for you all, just kind of all on a ring. And she lets you know that you can have the 5 rooms right up the stairs against the northern wall. And after collecting your names, just for everyone that's there, she kind of pulls out a small booklet, just kind of writing down the keys that they've assigned. And as they flip through the pages, you notice that after they've written your name down, they flip to the back of the book and they pull out two letters. The first one they hand over to Zaylee, and they go, the Wanderer's order said that they had you had an admirer, and after matching the description, I believe this belongs to you. She hands it over to you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Of course. And another one from the Wanderer's Way has paid the commission to make sure this ended up in your hands. And she hands the next letter to you, Broussard.
Oh, well, thank you.
Of course. They paid the commission to make sure that you got it should you pass through, and I'm happy that my establishment will be collecting on that.
Thank you kindly. And Broussard looks down at the letter, and he has visible excitement on his face.
Zaylee glances over at him and perks a brow. You've been waiting on some news?
No, but it's always good to hear from a friend. You?
Oh, well, work as always.
Are you a member? Of the Wanderers?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
No, but, it isn't uncommon for us at the cabaret to receive letters.
Makes sense. Well, I'm gonna open this up now.
Okay. And as you go to open it, if you swap over to the journal on in your Roll20, I've gone ahead and added the journal or added the letter to your journal. If you want, I can go ahead and show it to everyone else, but I decided I'd let you have the first read of it.
Is it the one that says waiting letter?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
In the meantime, Zaylee may not be in service of the Wanderers Guild, but she might have serviced some members, am I right?
Oh my god.
Am I right or am I right?
You might just be right.
Omen, your voice sure sounds different.
She comes back from a sick
No,
she's right
Oh,
rolling
no,
up
bro.
the store.
That was out of character.
Nah, it's in character now. What do you mean?
You say that, but I could see Owen saying this. Am I right?
This is my voice now, everyone! I will most certainly not die after 15 minutes!
Did you eat a snail?
Each minute
snail.
of that, each word
Wow.
of that is costing them a minute of voice time.
Oh my god!
I should suddenly arise to commit some political overthrow. Oh,
Wow.
well, Mika, come sit. We can just wait. No,
No, it's fine. I'll stand for a while. It's a little bit stuffy.
are you those kind of people who prefer standing before sitting?
I just don't like to be sitting down, especially if I know there's going to be trouble.
Ah.
Think about trouble.
Why in the world would there be trouble?
Someone just threw down an obscene amount of money in front of many people.
I have the money left.
Vern, darling, I think you missed the point.
Loose
Pulls his
lips.
head, closes his eyes, starts thinking for a second.
It's sort of like having a cart full of meat pass by some stray dogs and beasts.
That analogy is actually fairly accurate.
That is very accurate. I am
With
Mika just gives a small clap, and just like,
While this conversation's going on, Anthem, could Obsidian, relevant to the conversation, be making an insight check on sort of just the vibe of the people in the tavern?
Absolutely. I'll go ahead and take that roll.
I'll be doing the same thing since I've been basically looking out for that after I learned what
Yeah.
this part.
Okay, if I've been surrounded by animals or beasts, you want my meat. Or my family's meat.
What?
I would have to kill them all.
Technically,
No.
we're all
no,
meat, but
Vern.
I cannot help you if that comes down. I will have to put you down.
if you rip me in half, make it quick, please.
I don't think that's a very quick one to go.
No, it's not.
The hell did I just walk into?
Hello, Broussard. How are you? You look chipper.
You certainly are standing on the table.
What? I'm sitting right next to you on this bench thing.
That's up, shows it, sits back down.
I'm sitting on this here bench. It gets up off the bench, points at bench, sits back down on bench.
It's a bench. You
I
gotta
was over on the bench.
You gotta
I
have
was
showing
over on the
time
bench.
for Omen, you know?
I was over on the bench!
In Nazi Germany. Sorry. Sorry.
You're fine. So you all make your way over, and with those rolls, as you kind of just casually point out the kind of misgivings, it seems that while you all rolled, and you can see that there are several people in here that their conversation seems to have quieted down despite their semi-full table. A few of the partnered up tables of paired individuals, they've brought it down so that their conversation still remains just under the general volume of the entire establishment. But you can see that of the people here, there are a few that every once in a while, given enough attention, you see them glance over to your table. You watch as they kind of take into account they don't immediately give you their full attention, but you can tell by their eyes that they go from the table to you in the entirety, and then down to your waists where your weapons are, and then away. And you watch as even one certain individual, Omen, you catch note of this, you watch as even one certain individual, the moment Vern goes into the midst of, I'd have to kill them all, they immediately kind of turn, and you can almost feel the cold sweat that is going down the side of their temple as they turn their attention back to their conversation.
You know, it's probably not best to speak about murder in a public space, and that's coming from me.
It's like hunting, though. You said about dogs
No.
and wild beasts, right?
But
No.
No.
my
No.
speech was misunderstood. This is why I don't do the talking, you guys.
No, you did a very excellent job. It's very hard to explain.
Lost in translation, it seems.
It would seem so.
I mean, if the beasts are that hungry, I don't mind sharing food, though.
You know what,
Depends
Vern?
on the beast.
I can explain this to you. If you would be a doll later and accompany me to the flower shop.
Oh. Okay, sure.
Zaylee just kind of tucks up her letter and tucks it in her bag and just goes to start to eat some of the food at the table.
Oh,
Omen leans
speaking
over
of
to
letters,
Omen leans over to Broussard and goes, "Is that a euphemism?"
I have no idea. It could
Okay,
be.
thanks.
Speaking of letters, Mika takes out the now crumpled letter and tries to flatten it out, to make it more smooth, and they didn't just rip it, almost rip it up. I've received a letter from my family. It appears that they heard of my survival and they wish to celebrate my well-being. And
Ooh.
certainly, this will be you know, a little bit of a, well, I'm sure my father wouldn't mind if I brought all of you.
Oh,
That
that's
sounds
nice.
nice. It's nice to see your family cares about you.
Just
I
a
get to meet a
very
real dad.
gentle smile. Just a real gentle smile, yes.
When
So-
are we supposed to be doing that?
Oh, it doesn't say much of a date, just whenever I come back. So, if you should finish up any business here, maybe. And we can go, you know, check it out.
Do you want to go as soon as possible, or just
Mm.
along our plan?
The goods of the many outweigh the needs of the few. I'm the few in this, so you all, whatever business we need to handle, we'll deal with yours first. Mine is in a later bit.
I have no business.
What do we need to do in the city?
Well, we delivered the child, but I had some work that I need to do. I need to go meet up with somebody.
I need to find more information on the affliction I have, so I'm probably going to you, McGall, for that later.
I wouldn't mind finding somebody that knows more about earthquakes and whatnot.
You know, we probably could get in contact with somebody.
Oh, right.
Well, because the quakes have been happening all over this region for a while. Surely somebody's heard something recently.
Yeah, a big city like this, there's got to be some kind of scholar or something that knows something.
Surely there's someone that can find information at no cost.
Why are you all looking at me?
I'm not. I'm looking at Omen.
At me?
Yeah,
Obsidian
you.
is looking at the table.
What? I couldn't possibly know information about such things.
I'm currently
Oh.
casting a spell on you, Omen. It is called Truth Circle. I'm gonna need you to go ahead and tell me the truth. And I'm using like thaumaturgy just to make like the napkins on the table ruffle or something silly.
No, not my napkin! Oh. Ah, that's right. I want the dog.
What?
Um.
I'm just wildly staring at the body. I just want a dog.
Let's not talk about this in a public space, huh?
Do you want a
No,
dog?
the pet dog.
Pet dog.
Yeah.
What?
Why a pet
What?
dog if...
Look, I saw like a little mastiff outside when walking to the city. I thought that was really cute, so I wanted.
Mastiffs aren't little.
Dogs are also a very big responsibility.
I've taken care of siblings before. I can take
What?
care of a dog.
What?
You know, maybe
don't-
you could get a dog once, our jobs have settled down a little bit.
Maybe the
I-
dog could help us.
I got here. I have something that it might be easy on you to take care of for a little bit, and I'm trusting you now. And I'm gonna like open my coat and reach into a pocket on the inside and pull out a little turtle. Here you go.
Put the turtle on my hand. The turtle's, how small is the turtle compared to my giant hand?
It's just like a normal human-sized hand. About that
What
big.
The
is-
rest of
creature.
us would probably have to hold it like a hamburger.
Yes,
is-
you only
Yeah.
have one hand.
What is this?
That's a turtle. His name is Chompers. And he's got an ancient deity inside of him.
You
He
just
has
carry
to
that
provide
around with
something
you.
to- Do I need to sacrifice something to it?
Maybe some of your dinner.
Put it down. Let it eat dinner.
You put it down, and it slowly peeks a bit more out of its shell before stepping over to your plate, and just like the first piece of scraps that it's able to reach, you just watch its head stick out very slowly, and then snap, and yanks it back, and it It looks like it should be a smaller piece, but instead of like biting off the piece that it wants, it just drags over a much larger piece and then just starts like slowly eating at it.
What is the name of the deity?
I don't know.
How do you know there's a deity in the turtle?
Anywhere the turtle goes, there's a strange thing that happens.
Correlation is not causation.
It might be. You never know.
This is astounding. I've never seen this creature before.
Well, you hold on to it, and if you can, you know, I don't know, keep it alive like a day or two, then maybe we get you a dog.
How about a week?
Does the turtle have a name?
Yeah, it's Chompers.
Chompers.
Ah.
As you can see, he is very voracious when he eats.
I'm gonna put my finger down. I'm expecting him to not bite it, but Choppy is expecting him to bite it.
Do you put it down in front of it while it's eating?
Like I'm trying to like pet the head or like poke it in the head.
Okay, so you go to pet its head, and it seems just more interested in the thing in the food in front of it. Luckily enough, it's above it. It's not going to try and look up when there's perfectly good food in front of it.
If this is the trial I need to do to get a pet dog, then I shall do it my best.
All right.
Well, the deity does not crave flesh. That is good news.
What time of day is it?
I was about to ask.
So luckily enough, so you all arrived about mid-afternoon when you got to deliver Wheaton to his grandparents, and then you've been here for maybe a few hours. It's only been an hour since about that incident happened, and everything kind of cooled back down since then. So it's getting to early evening.
Is the library still open, Mika? For whatever archives you have on the affliction I have.
Guards will be on more patrol at night, especially in the Noble Quarter, so maybe I can get your pass. Maybe not. Not sure. Better to go in the morning.
Yeah. In the morning would be best. Okay. Anyone have any afternoon deeds they want to do?
I would like to go to that flower shop.
Oh, okay then. Stands up.
Oh, but I mean, not this moment.
That's
Well-
definitely not open.
Anything
No,
else
I have a
before the
feeling they
afternoon?
are.
Ah, I see. I understand. Anyway, would you like to discuss what happened here in private now?
I'm okay
Well-
to talk if anybody would like to understand or ask questions.
I would
Well,
definitely like to know
up
what
there.
happened.
Obsidian
Well, what-
would slowly stand up as well.
You going to a room then?
Oh, I think so.
Okay. Everyone coming into the same room? Or we'll split off into or anything?
I would
I
like to hear
believe-
the story first.
I will come.
Prasad, Zeri?
Mm.
Okay, we're going then.
We'll go to.
I'll take a jumper, okay? Do you want to come on?
Yeah, I'm coming. Just give me a second. Get my legs underneath me. As everybody's walking up the stairs, I want to take one quick look around to see if anybody's watching. The group towards the stairs.
Okay. Give me an investigation. You're trying to just perceive anyone with an intent who's paying attention as they're going up.
15.
Okay, so it's you do see a few people that just see this fairly large group to start heading up the stairs, and they watch for a bit before the last one goes up and they go back to doing what they're doing. You do notice that the moment they kind of get the last person up the stairs, a few people do get up and just leave. The bar maid is quick to kind of go clear up their table, clear up their dishes, take it back to the bar. But other than that, it doesn't seem too far off from normal.
All right. I'm gonna grab a piece of Vern's food off the table and carry it with me as I leave. Yum. Yum. Yum.
Alrighty, and so you try one of the keys on one of the doors, and all of you kind of pile into the room.
Dog pile.
Throw us in.
Oh god,
Go,
it's
go,
so
go.
Yeet!
small.
Barkeep! Free drinks for everyone with the spare money I have!
Oh, God.
Oh, sheesh. It's a little cramped in here.
I think I'll stand outside. a
Actually,
bit.
give me one moment. I'm just gonna shift you all to a bigger chamber.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
let's go into
Big chamber for the big boys, please.
let's go into the shared, shall we?
Oh, whoa!
Oh, hello.
Ah!
Yeet.
I have been,
This is slightly bigger.
I have been yeeted.
I am just sitting on the you know what? Yeah, I'm just gonna sit on the table. It's fine.
Boing. Boing.
Go ahead and sit in front of the door just in case he
Boing.
wants a barge in.
I'm gonna sit on the chest.
See, we all got places to sit. We're fine.
Boing. Boing.
So, Onyx, would you like to share what happened?
Well, as everybody else, except for you, was able to see, a old coworker found me by the name of Almar Roxlin.
Can I do something about that? Have I heard that around?
I'll take a knowledge history just to kind of gain the general information you would know. He's not a necessarily unheard of individual.
There we go. 17.
Okay, so when they say the name, you know that Almar Roxlin is kind of like they're a growing name inside of the capital amongst the gilded and mercenary folk, mainly for the kind of turbulent entry to the reputation of the Storm Roses. They quickly kind of grew to become the group's face. Usually a very charismatic individual. They work best when dealing with the official affairs of their guild, and have even taken up the voice of being having any type of wording or announcements that guilds in general need to make flow through him as the officials, whether it be the First Knight's Order or even the noble cast, when they address all of the guilds as a whole, as a system, his name comes up a lot as someone who can be taken as an example of how things should be.
Friends in high places, or ex-friends.
Yes, he wasn't at all shy about reminding me of, my standing with the Storm Roses.
All because someone died.
Not just anyone. Obsidian does seem to kind of struggle to figure out how to phrase himself, but it's not for a lack of memory, as much as it might just be a genuinely difficult experience for him to try and relive. But he'll continue, we had been asked a favor of one of Almar's friends, a rising merchant of the Ebenex Convergence area. I had been tasked to protect her while everybody else went out to take care of the problem, and I failed.
They left you alone to protect her?
They thought that, well, we thought that it was a safer idea than carrying her into danger to try and find the people responsible for causing her business to run into some trouble right when she was expecting to take things over.
Splitting the party's never wise.
Was this an accident or was this... well, you know.
They say it had been an assassin that was trying to take her life and succeeded.
And they blame you for that.
Obsidian kind of has a shake to his voice and body, but he nods. The judge that had came out for looking over the situation deemed that I couldn't have possibly been able to go against a assassin all by myself, but I still failed my duties. I couldn't protect her. I barely could protect myself.
The judge was on your side, then why is there an issue?
Because even if the judge says that I'm not, my actions looked bad for the guilds. My inability. As far as they're still concerned, am a murderer.
You didn't even kill her. I'm starting to wonder if this guild knows how murder works.
They simply needed a scapegoat. Was the judge... well, you received a guilty verdict, then?
He shakes his head no.
No payoffs, no nothing. You were given a free rein. Just...
I can't very well, with my reputation, go about joining a guild anymore. Almar made it clear when he was confronting me and everybody else. As long as I'm in the capital, as long as we're in the same places, he's not going to let me forget about what happened. And I frankly wouldn't be able to even if he wasn't trying to badger me.
Does he think you're a simpleton?
He thinks I'm incapable of being a healer, and probably that it'd be irresponsible for me to ever continue to try and be an adventurer.
Well, you've done a fine job with all of us.
You have.
It's not been good enough.
Failure is part of the job.
Death comes to us all, one way or another. It's part of the job description. Just look at what we survived, honestly. Regardless, you shouldn't be held liable for something way out of your control.
Just because I shouldn't doesn't mean I'm not.
I know, and that's the problem.
But I should be clear, even if he is a little skewed right now, Almar isn't a bad person. This is all just something that only really recently happened. I can't blame him for his actions right now.
How long ago was this then?
Maybe half a year?
He's still sore after that.
Well, if it was his friend, I suppose I would still be a little sore.
I suppose. Regardless of friendship or not, he's in one of the biggest guilds in the city. He should know that there's risks, that there's death, there's everything.
I have a hard time believing that he's having such a hard time with the situation given his position. You would think that somebody with that sort of power and that sort of standing, that they would understand that failure just happens occasionally.
Unless it was his fault.
Unless he's up to something.
Unless he knows something that he's not letting out.
The only thing I can assume is that Almar and Ivy were close. I wasn't fully privy to their relationship. I had only recently met her before the mission.
Lovers, perchance, then. That would explain the sore. Where did this happen? Inside the city?
Anthem, if you could please refresh my memory. I don't know if we actually specified the detail of where this happened.
So this happened at the small town of Caterfall, which is at the western end of the big mountain range, the Convergence. And essentially you and your group had gone there, and you had just met Ivy, who said that they had discussed the details with the leader of the Storm Roses and with Almar before this. Yes, you have it spelled right. And that you had just met them, and essentially they had left the protection detail up to you, while they went to go and finish out basically the other requests that Ivy had made upon them to kind of figure out this whole situation. When everything that you described has happened.
All right. Obsidian would convey that sort of detailing.
Would I know of anything regarding that? Did the order get any word of that or no? Because it feels like
So, hmm. Everything that at the very least the judge would have made a ruling on is public record as far as what you as a member of the uh, Heroes First Order would have access to. But go ahead and give me a history check to try and just remember the events, as this wasn't like a small undertaking by a guild at the time. This was actually big news there in the capital and pretty much in any of the larger circles of interest.
16.
Okay, so I'm not sure if they had mentioned their last name, but if it's the person of import that you think it is, you know that there was a big scandal about 6 months ago over the death of a mithril mine owner by the name of Ivy Nightrun. She had basically inherited the mithril mine from her father, Andy Nightrun, who basically she was his only child, so she had full rights to inherit, and was basically eager to kind of start up her career as a merchant peddling in mithril. Is a very lucrative business that was going to bring in a lot of money, but it was only as big as it was because people knew of the mine, they knew of the situation and how it was going to grow, because they knew Ivy from the inner circles was a very business savvy person. So for them to basically have their whole life ahead of them as far as growing into this role and making a fortune, people were lining up to kind of get on their good side, to have a stake and a good foot in the door for the mithril that was going to be had. Suddenly they're dead, and all of the investments are flushed down the drain, and the only people who are there to take the brunt of not being able to do their job are the Storm Roses. This leads into kind of the decline of the Storm Roses until they have had a fairly good resurgence as being one of the bigger guilds in the capital now. But it took that full 6 months to kind of even get back to just this standing, because they took a really big hit when that job went south.
From what I know, that was very big. Do you know who owns it now? Do I know who owns it now? Sorry. Or
You
would that
weren't.
just be something I would have to find?
Yeah, that you have something you'd have to find. You remember the issues of the case because it was kind of a big scandal at the time from the noble or from the nobility, the noble caste, and the guilds folk. This was kind of a big scandal everywhere. But you're in the First Order. You're trying to 6 months ago. This was not even on your radar. Besides what people were saying in passing.
I'll tell like the minor details and not like go into full-fledged detail, but just like, so this up-and-comer was actually going to be inherited mithril mine, very lucrative. All of a sudden, the last of her family set to inherit, gone. No other jealous siblings, there's no scorned lover that perhaps needed the money. She's just gone. And then I suppose we could look into who owns it now if you want to. However, if you want to let it die, we can, but I do love a good mystery. And I do want to make sure that whoever made you uncomfortable gets what they deserve.
I don't know what I want necessarily with this. I want the best for the people that I hurt. I want to be able to be seen in a positive light again. It's been very rough for me trying to imagine coming back to the capital right about now.
Understandable. But let me tell you two irrevocable truths. One, it is not your fault. And two, it never will be. You do not need to take the blame. You do not have to be a martyr for their sins. I know that might be hard for you, but just keep that in your mind. We can look into it if you wish. We're in the capital now. The best way to find out what happened here is here. We'll put it on the back burner. But if you ever need information, just come with me. I'll show you the records. The public viewing.
Thank you. If it comes to it, we may want to look into things. I was the only person to have seen who killed her, after all. I'm not so foolish as to think that I might not be unsafe.
You saw the face.
Vague features, but I'm sure anybody surviving that was unexpected on their part.
Did the guild take interest in this person?
The person that killed her?
Yes. Or were they so focused on blaming you that they didn't care about the murderer?
Can you describe the features as well, if you can?
I don't know how the guild turned their focus in regards to who killed her. I, after all, was very quickly kind of ejected out of that social circle. But Yevon doesn't fully know the features, but Obsidian would, and Obsidian would give what little details he can indicate. Oh, never mind, hold on. Okay. After taking just a second to sort of seal himself, Obsidian would voice forward. They were a very lithe figure, dressed in blacks and blues, with, from what I could tell, golden eyes, fair skin, and I think red hair.
Does this spark any resemblance to anything I might know? Anyone, anything?
Can I try to match that description with a disguise self, just to the best of my ability?
Absolutely. Give me a
Intelligence, maybe?
Yeah, give me an intelligence check to try and match their features just with your disguise kit, just to trying to treating yourself like it's a blank slate. And Zaylee, give me a history check as you just try and mull over any sources that you could pull from to try and put something into the front of your mind.
Proficiency in my disguise kit, if that helps.
Yes, that would help.
So, okay, so 4 plus 3 is 7.
Do I get any sort of benefit to the being able to see Mika?
Oopsie.
Oopsie poopsie.
Half done job.
Well, I'm going to say that you actually do a fairly decent job, with the exception that you just can't change your hair color on the fly.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, with the role that you've just put forward, Zaylee, actually go ahead and take advantage as you kind of watch these features come together.
While y'all play messing, trying to figure out these features, Obsidian suddenly incredibly uncomfortable, and
I'm looking away
perhaps-
from you for the
Yeah.
best of my ability.
Yeah, he's kind of staring off towards the window.
I'm
I got
sorry. This is
20.
the best way.
I understand.
With a 20, give me one moment. I'm gonna send you a message really quick.
Oh, goody.
Oh boy, whispers.
This DM is. Wait, hold on.
We're not sponsored, but you should. Points.
Points.
This DM is. Well,
Amazing.
credited to our amazing DM, Anthem's Archive. Remember to check out our players too. God, I'm bad at this. 6 players.
We can count.
Come on,
Yes,
Dad. What
until we can't.
We play D&D. We have numbers in our brains. Remember to check out Anthem's Archive. Yesterday, he did just have his 1 year celebration stream. Check out that VOD. It's a cheerful journey.
The
and lots of
VOD,
mechanics.
the VOD
You wanna
currently
cry?
being hidden within the archive's highlights on the channel.
Heck
Please
yeah.
check that out. That 7-hour game. Wow, it's a 7-hour game.
And if you want just the highlights, just go to the end.
just highlights, just the end.
If you want
Wow,
to, just
current-
watch the last boss fight.
That
was like 2 hours of it.
Actually, it was pretty long, the dragon fight. All the art resources are. The commands are not working. The commands are not working. Oh god.
Rest in peace, bot. There it is.
There it is. Resources and map. The beautiful map made by Anthem's Archive has been helped and sourcefully arted by these credits here of names I don't want to say because I might get copyrighted, maybe.
How would you get copyright by giving credit to somebody?
I don't know. I'm just thinking bad.
Note to self, teach Sharpie about how copyright works.
What's the command for the art again? That's the one shot
No,
art.
that's the one shot.
Okay, what's the C art? Is it Sart? Is it cart?
No.
Not shirt.
There we go. So we just opened the commands menu.
You know, he's being the secretary once again.
Wow, it's not actually
Remember to
not
check-
here. It's actually
Remember
not
to
here.
check out a collab command of all our players. On the left to the right, we got hero. We got update that command. Hold on a second.
Welcome to the VTuber D&D stream, where Scuff is the name of the game.
That was D&D.
And the health points do matter.
Sometimes.
Yeah, all 4 of them.
All 4.
Remember to check out our players' Twitches. That's a weird phrase.
They're the twitchiest.
Hey, it's me, your boy. Time to go check out everyone's Twitch channels here on twitch.tv. Don't forget to hit that like button and follow and ring that bell. Also, subscribe if you have the money. If not, it's okay. It's really hard out there right now. I'm hungry.
I need a house.
Remember to stay hydrated.
And
Eat
break
your-
your back to become God.
Eat your pills and
Please take your pills with water.
Hydrate, redeem, right now.
Okay.
Don't do it.
Too late.
God damn it.
I keep fucking up the player shots. Fastest hand in the West. But back to advertising. Going from the left, Hero VT is playing Mika Normandy Normalson. I think that's the name.
Yes.
Okay, that's the name. They're very normal. Second
Norman.
to the left, we got Miss Rose Zaley being played by Cora Kuhn. What's your epithet?
What?
Like a title. What's the this title?
Every rose has its thorn.
That's
That's
it.
the name of your
Every
sword,
rose
too.
has.
I was gonna say Rose isn't technically my name. You just keep calling me Rose, so I just assume that's my title.
Going on to the green person, we got Twitchington there playing the green boy total snapping hippie.
I like that you
Sorry.
skipped yourself.
Don't worry about it.
Before
Not
that,
even
we
green.
have Sharpame, who's playing Vern, the
Bone
Bar-
Boy.
barbarian. I
Bony
don't know what
barbarian.
the
Bone
Bony
Barian?
Boy Barbarian, BBB.
Vern, the bony barbarian.
I'm getting flashbacks to the big bad boy, the bad boy hole.
The bad boy.
The bad boy breeding hole, you mean?
The bad boy is a submissive breeding hole. God.
The hole in which the bad boys breed?
Oh god.
Thank you for the posture check, the stretch, and the hydrate. I've gone ahead and filled in the pieces that were missing.
Okay.
Man, this is a long message to Zaylee. This is like a long DM whisper.
Well, I actually DM'd you on Discord saying that I don't remember how to whisper on Roll20. So
That's hilarious.
Oopsie,
But-
oopsie.
I was like, I read what you sent me, but I don't know how to respond to you.
If anyone
is it
ever
like-
wants to whisper between themselves or to me, it's \W. So just like if you were rolling, \W, and then the person that you want to speak to.
Is there a space?
Yes, space, and then their name, and then if you just punch in the first couple of letters, it will actually pre-fill it for you.
I can't find chat.
But how do we DM you? Because it doesn't come up.
DM. It's DM.
Yeah, it's
Is it just DM?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it GM? Is it GM? Yeah, it's GM. Never mind. My bad.
The whisper's
Ah,
Chad, I'm just watching the messages come in. Don't you mind me?
Oh my god.
I
Remember, these
understand
whispers
now.
are also played out by our lovely,
Oh, yeah, we can whisper to chat.
traumatized obsidian boy who has social circle problems with people from the past. Damn. Imagine getting blamed for something you didn't do. Holy shit. Played
Chat,
by
they're
the
whispering to you.
Orderly. And last but definitely not least, we got Omen. Played by Shrimpy. It's just
That's
Omen. That's it. It's just Omen.
What's a mom? What's a dad? Omen's not sure.
I like how a lot of us still have the one-shot icons as our icon.
I changed mine. Why isn't it different?
Oh, you have to refresh, but don't worry about it. Don't worry. Don't do that. We would have to refresh the chat. Yeah, you have to refresh the chat, and that's just not.
Chat can't see
No,
your
no.
icons anyways. It's okay.
You
Here
say
we
as you
reset.
refresh the game.
But he can on the right on chat. Look. Zaylee's calling chat tasty tonight.
Hey, that's for chat size only.
But I'm in chat.
Stop that.
Alright, back to the game. Back to our usual TV service.
But okay, yeah. Zaylee like looks Mika up and down and just kind of clicks her tongue.
Is it that bad?
I just think it's too vague.
Mm. Well, I'll just rip all that off. Just so I can look back at Obsidian.
Obsidian exhaling a big heavy breath by time you're out of your disguise.
Well, not much to be. Guess, not much for that one, but maybe we'll have better luck looking up information rather than by face.
Quite possibly. And I think that would be a good thing to do while we were able to look up information and I guess.
Well, it's been a long day. We'll pick it up in the morning, I assume. Unless there's something else that everyone needs to talk about while we're all here.
No, I just would like to get out on the town before it gets too dark.
I could go to bed, I guess.
I did handle some last minute work, so I'll meet you all back here, and then we'll reconvene in the morning.
Stand up, go outside, and wait for thing. Bob.
Sounds good to me. You all rest well?
Try my best.
You too.
Hey, Obsidian,
Yes.
do you want someone to stay with you tonight?
Kind of.
I'll hang out with you.
That would be greatly appreciated.
I'm a light
I'll also
sleeper.
be next door.
I will also be nearby as well.
So before I go ahead and move you all too much, I'm going to put you in front of where your doors are. That way you know where your doors are on the outside.
I like to be next door to wherever Onyx, Obsidian and Broussard will be staying.
So I know I told you one thing, but we're going to move it around because I've got my beds in different places.
Musical rooms! Wahoo!
All right, that's where you are.
Oh no, Urban's gonna cry again.
Oh no!
Yes! Excellent placement! I'm just gonna...
Um,
I'm just gonna...
Fine.
Sailing.
Which we all like to
Owen's
just
hands are like
up.
shaking and like violently try to get the key in the door.
Omen, would you like to stay with me tonight?
Yes!
Okay.
All right, so we're going to swap these then.
Oh my god!
You both 5 rooms. Oh well, we could just give one to Gray. He gets 2.
Yo,
One for the
his
horse, one for him.
too?
Yeah, one for him, one for the horse.
Yo, getting the horse up those stairs is gonna be rough.
Horses
do it.
can't go downstairs.
Just
We're
carry
gonna
him.
need a crane.
I can't help but just think of the horse just trying to lay in the bed. It's just a horrible experience.
The horse like topples over, the bed
We're forcing it now. We're
collapses.
forcing this to happen. You can't
No.
stop me.
No!
Don't
I'm
force
getting
the
that
horse.
horse right now.
You
No,
can lead a
just-
horse to an inn, but you can't get it to its room.
I'm not forcing this horse up these stairs. Excuse me while I go and try and find a bed to make this slightly less awkward.
Owen can sleep on the
What?
floor. Omen don't care.
I don't.
We're all D&D characters. We're familiar with the concept of sleeping on the floor.
I don't
Owen will
need
sleep
a.
under.
I don't need a bed. I'm good.
Why is that cat
You want to
trying
sleep
get
under
back to
Mika's
sleep
bed?
on
I
the
could
floor?
I could
Yes.
imagine it though.
Owen just scurries on under there.
Mika's just gonna come home and just like, where's Omen? And then just go to sleep, and then there's just gonna be like little skittering under the bed, and he's just gotta look under with the knife and just let it go.
Seriously.
They
Mister,
just
look at
like
you
lift the
right
covers and there's giant glowing eyes like a goddamn cat.
Alrighty then. But yeah,
now.
Shall we get going to the flower shop, Miss Rose? Expedite the travel.
Zoom.
Okay, so that's set. Everyone has seen their rooms, and you all are going to the flower shop, correct?
Yeah, to the botanist.
Hmm.
Alrighty, so
I swear, this isn't in the window. I'm gonna freak out.
Also, DM, did you see my whisper?
yes, I did.
Okay.
Remember, these whispers are not sponsored by Dungeon Draft.
Can Whispers be sponsored?
Maybe.
Someday.
Each whisper gets you 2 pennies.
I'd take it.
Yeah.
I'd take it.
I would too.
I'd
Y'all
do it.
just start spamming each other. Sending each other messages with individual words.
Farming money like the burn count. But remember that these whispers are not sponsored by Dungeon Draft, but the map is. It's not sponsored, but it's made by Dungeon Drafts, close enough. Made by a lovely DM, Anthem's Archive, the DM for probably the big bad evil guy plot where we're gonna run for. And our doom. I don't know. Oh.
So what did you need here, Miss Rose?
Zaylee pulls out the letter again, and from the paper, she pulls out a pressed flower.
Oh. Oh, okay.
I was summoned here.
Then that means it must be. Oh,
It's work.
yours, Jack. Yep. Oh. I gotta get in the house.
Funky shaped rooms.
Like, it's circular. What do you want me to do? This is Minecraft. Everything's 2 blocks high.
So you approach the flower shop. A spot of greenery inside of the cobblestone city. It isn't too long, at the very least, before you're able to make your way inside, and you are immediately met with a wave of fresh flowers and the smells of perfumes and medicine. Each of the far corners are addressed with different products made from, well, said plants, said productions from inside this place. The counter is swept clean, and you are met with a tiefling who is in the midst of, it seems like they're minding a few mixtures before they hear the ring of the bell coming in, and they slip everything back underneath the counter, and they go, "Welcome, welcome! This is the, well, the beautiful flower. Of course, there are several flowers inside of the Spare City, but you, my dear friends, have found the best one. How can I help you today?"
Zaylee kind of like twirls the pressed flower in her fingers before placing it on the counter. Well, I can't help but the sweet nectars here have drawn the attention of a hummingbird.
And who am I to deny a hummingbird the sweetest flower that I have to offer? Tell me, should I accommodate the both or simply one?
He's with me here on business, so...
I see. Well, if it's business for a hummingbird, I suggest, and they walk over and kind of undo the little undo the little sidebar for you all to walk behind the counter, and she immediately says, "Follow me," as they give a slight twirl to their hand, and you all hear the kind of messing of a tassel as the sign on the door swaps from open to closed.
Well, come now, Vern.
Okay.
And I have the map set so that you all can walk through doors on this particular map, so you can just continue pressing yourself through and it'll let you through.
Is that a door or is she in front of the door? I can't tell.
So they are in front of the door.
Aha! That's magic.
Oh, whoa.
I'm the shell shocked, but there's so many pretty colors in one room.
Well, they walk you through, and as you say that, they say, "Well, we have to keep the place going somehow." And of course, as you make your way through, and a city is covered in stone as this, a bit of flour and a sweet smell goes a long way.
Indeed.
Before stepping even further, Zaylee glances back towards Vern.
Mm.
Now, do remember, my work in the cabaret is a little more extensive than you may think.
I've seen it once. I may have seen it firsthand before or not. I have bad memory. Not, I can understand that much.
By the time that you all enter, you see that they have just finished moving a set of boxes to reveal a small what seems to be cellar entrance. And popping it open, a small set of stairs starts to lead down. Well then, I believe if you simply follow the smell, you'll find the nectar that you're looking for.
Thank you very much.
Alrighty, and I'm just going to get you guys moved one more time.
Shboodabidabop-bop-bop. Wait, I'm tempted to do advertisement again for the map.
Calm yourself. It can't happen every 10 minutes.
So is the smell.
As you all make your way down, the stairs are fairly shallow and they lead down about 15 feet, a very deep and dark stairway, until finally it opens back up into a very well-addressed room, cobblestoned and supported by heavy stone and deep pillars from the foundation above. Making your way down, this is not the first time that you've been in a place like this, Zaylee, and you simply follow the straightest path northward as most hummingbirds would head straight for the flower that is the brightest. Give me one moment. My cat has decided to come visit me again.
Ganked.
Give him the attention he deserves.
Give him a kiss on his silly little forehead.
This has reached the climax of this flower bud situation.
Zaylee, once they got down here, she always carries herself with poise, but once they got down to the cellar, you would be able to tell that her demeanor is much more serious than usual.
It's once you get there, you gotta excuse me, I'm holding my cat. Very, very needy. Once you get there, you can hear the sounds of what seems like anguish and despair as people howl in their own sadness and depression. They're ever so faint, as if still being far enough away, but the halls of this place echo that same despair ever so loudly.
Damn, things are real freaky at the cabaret. Am I right or am I
Werner would take note of the fact he changed to a serious pose and have flashbacks to when they first met.
Am I supposed to go straight or am I supposed to turn here?
Continue going straight.
Like Daily just wait, what are we going? Oh, wait, where's this to go?
Oh, it's been so long.
And in front of you lies a singular door, almost seemingly unmarked, except for you can see the traces of a dull, well, what was maybe red at some point, but the dull shading inside of the grains of the wood make out the form of a flower embroidered on the door. Or emblazoned on the door, I think.
Is it a door I can open or?
Yes, it is a door that you can open.
Okay.
As you step in, you're immediately met with what seems to be a fairly lively half-elven woman. They immediately look up from the work, which seems to be a small book that they have kind of just on their lap as they look down. And they look over towards you and they go, I was expecting company. Come in, come in. Do not mind me. You hear a distinct closing of a book and the opening of a drawer as they put it away. A simple late afternoon reading before I decide to close up shop.
I do hope I'm not bothering you, but I was summoned here.
Of course, it'd have to be a hummingbird that made their way all the way down in order to find some flowers. But, be that as it is, I may have some news that you've been looking for, as well as another task or so that people have asked of you.
Do I know this person?
You do know this person.
May I have their name?
Their name is Radial.
Okay. Well, all right. Let's start with the information that I'm actually looking forward to.
Well, we know that a part of your ambition has had to get your hands on a bit of information about a certain group that has been running around the northern part of Skylia. But that singular group has made themselves well known inside of the capital. They've gotten sloppy and left hints of themselves, possibly newer members. But in either way, while I don't think that these newer members might know much, that group is becoming more visible. And I think it's finally your time for you to maybe make contact with them. And as she says that, she opens up a different drawer and slides you a few pieces of paper, a few handwritten notes among a couple of them, and then a few sketches of two different individuals.
All right, let's take a look at those.
Okay, so these notes were very kind of, they had their own qualm of issues along with them. So I'm just going to tell you the information on it so that you can mark down the important pieces.
Okay.
So the notes themselves spring forth a ledger of 3 different individuals, 2 of which have their sketches down so that you can follow. Two of what appears to be half orcs. They look like siblings of sort, and that's what the ledger says as well. One with red hair, one with brown hair. And then it says that both of them answer to a brass dragonborn, all of whom have made their faces fairly well known at most of the mid-end to even lower-end taverns and inns. They seem to be only walking around. Enjoying their drinks, but none of them have ever been documented as having any types of jobs or the like that would explain for their income. But your informants say that it is much more likely that they're actually looking for someone who wouldn't have the ability to frequent a higher running or higher established inn, but instead would keep themselves to a moderate or even low income provision, mainly to probably stay out of sight. That as it is, they have been communicating with each other, and one of them has slipped up and said the name. Give me one moment while I grab it. One of them slipped up and said the name of what they can only assume to be the establishment or the organization, whoever they work for, as the Planar Equinox. They're not sure if it's the name of but they say that they don't know the extent of this words, but they think that it is something that at the very least is either a person or an object that they could find in the capital, as they seem to be straggling out for whoever may have it, whoever this person may be. But that's about the extent of what those ledgers say. And as you kind of look up from your reading, Radial speaks out to you again, and she goes, "And there's one more thing we'd like you to look into, giving your specific set of skills."
All right, and that would be?
Well, she slides you forth a folded pressed piece of paper that, when you open it up, has a very detailed description and name of an individual. And they say, "This person we believe is somewhere inside of the capital. We want you to find them and keep them out of harm's way. The situation surrounding them is very interesting, as I'm sure that you like to, and is right up the alley of the things that you like to be involved in. We want you to keep them out of trouble until we find a use for them."
So, you want me to go and find somebody and tote them around?
Aren't you best at leading people along by a string?
Oh, well, don't get me wrong. It's not that I wouldn't be able to do so. I just have a bit of an entourage right now.
Even better, this person has a bit of a following of themselves, of course, of the type that we want to keep away from them, so the more the merrier in keeping them out of harm's way.
All right, well, let's see. Who is it I'm going to be looking for then?
So, let me grab their little bit of info. So, you have a full formal name for them, which it seems that they only have a first name, which usually points to someone not as of grand importance as, say, a noble or the like, but you have the name Astria. Fairly dogged, almost worn down individual. The particular news says that their entire background is covered in secrecy, and that's a piece of the information that they would like you to gather more bits about, but are formally wanted by both the nation's capital and the Knights of the First Order. They're not sure exactly what their involvement inside of their allegations is, and they would like you to do a bit more research into exactly what they're wanted for, as giving away the information now might influence the way that they want you to approach this, which they'd like to keep under wraps if they can. But as a whole, you see a mark on the piece of paper itself that isn't exhibiting of Radial's ranking within the cabaret. It is a much, much higher order that's come down the ladder and fallen into your lap.
Ah. Zaylee sees this and just kind of squeaks. Oh, this is quite the task bestowed upon me, then. Perhaps you might know, but are you familiar with, what was the name? Yelfine?
Yelfine. And separate from the drawers that they've opened up thus far, they actually stand up and they make their way over to a standing desk and open up one of the bottom drawers. Inside of the bottom drawer, you hear the sound. They reach in and you hear the sound of a lock undoing itself before pulling out a small pamphlet. Flipping through a few of the pages, they say, "Ah, yes, there is an Elfine amongst some of the members. Why?"
Do you happen to have records of some of her most recent jobs?
Oh, you even know that they take jobs, for all you knew that they were a paper pusher of sorts. They must be getting fairly sloppy themselves if people are able to mark them down like that.
Well, you know me. I do love details.
Yes. It says that they've been fairly inactive for the last 6 months or so. Apparently they needed to lay low, and we've been doing our best to make sure that their tracks are covered until they can get back to work. Why?
I see. I might have somebody who would be interested in, brushing up with them sometime.
I see. This wouldn't happen to be bringing any issue to them. They do good work for us.
Oh, no, of course not. I, for one, would just like to talk to them.
I see. Well, if that's all the case, then the next time that you find yourself able to be acquainted with the sweet desire of a hummingbird, I promise the nectar will be exactly what you want. Or something close to it.
Oh, that's good enough for me.
Well then, if that's everything, please feel free to go ahead and make your way out of the more secluded entrance. We've had some people say that they've marked down people's comings and goings, and I hate to have anyone monitored when they don't need to be.
Of course.
And with that, they kind of motion towards the side door and give you all a nod as approval to leave.
Come now, Ven. I forgot I could walk through doors.
I can go real? Whoa! Power!
It's a new ability. We can
It's not
understand if
locked
it's
for
taking you a
once.
while.
You hear that, Omen? It's not locked.
I checked it!
Should have barricaded your door just like us big brains.
It's a ladder. I'm gonna look away for a quick second.
Let's go.
And it's in that moment, as you climb up and you finally let the lid close back down, you find yourselves inside of one of the small sheds that you had passed by when first coming into the establishment.
Oh. Seems clear. Let's go. Was that an eventful visit? For you?
I think I got a new job, and I think I know who Obsidian's friend is.
Hmm. It makes it easier for the rest of us.
Makes
Okay.
it much easier.
What's your take on the whole situation then?
I
Saw
have
anything then?
Hmm. On which part?
Well, we got 3 new people we need to track down, and a new extra person called Astria, right? To find them in the city.
Well, the first 3 people are more for me.
Hmm.
Think we should find this Astria person first. After all,
No.
that's our business.
You got an idea what to look first? They did say they are a wanted criminal from the kingdom, and the other thing I forgot because I was not really trying to remember too much because your conversation, not my conversation, so
Well, she's wanted by both the capital and the order. So, somebody of that caliber is probably hiding.
the snums.
More than likely.
Could this be just the 2 of us? Or we bring everyone along?
Well, we're gonna have to integrate her into the group, I think, so. No sense in hiding it from anybody.
Let's go back to our room. And you can sleep.
Okay. And with that, I know other people had other things that they wanted to attend to for the night. What were those things?
I'm not entirely sure. I mean,
I said to
Broussard
whisper.
and Obsidian blocked their door.
I would have stayed up a little while and I'd be writing a letter.
You know, I feel like the longer that Broussard's awake, the more you'd probably be able to notice. Obsidian, having only just disguised himself for the first time this day in game, absolutely fell asleep with the body paint on, and it's
No!
spreading everywhere.
No!
It's smearing. It's getting in
It's
his
the
hair.
homesick fandom all over again! I'm having flashbacks! Flashbacks!
And
Get me out!
I am absolutely going to choose not to say anything.
You paid enough for the room. Also, I sent a whisper, but I'm just gonna go out and do my reconnaissance for what I wanted to do.
Gotcha. I got your whisper, and I will be moving you accordingly. Give me just one moment.
Thank you.
I'm assuming Oldman's asleep then. If you just snuck
Open the
out.
door. Don't.
Asleep alone under the bed.
No one will ever know!
Mika would have told. Mika told everyone that I'm
Oh.
gonna do some work and then I'll be back later tonight, and then we'll meet in the morning.
In that case, I don't think Omen will be able to sleep.
Why this formation of a bed?
Ooh, come now, Vern. We'll keep each other warm.
I feel like the fight against the demons are faster, better than this.
Excuse me?
Nothing.
What's that 04 anthem?
Ignore the DM behind the curtain.
I rolled on people's luck, and things aren't working well for you guys. That's all.
What?
Oh god.
I have a magical corn cob of luck. Excuse me.
You know, it's got to be. It's actually coming into canon, so don't you worry.
I love that. I saw the comment. It was so
It's
cute.
so
I love it.
cute.
They paid the fee, and it's gonna come in.
The question
go
is,
ahead
who's
and
going to be
clean.
saddest?
Let's see. Yeah, before I go to bed, I'll probably just clean the red glaive I have, making sure it isn't dirty at all.
And then I strip naked, except for my pants, and go to sleep.
I'm sorry, what?
That's how he sleeps.
What?
Stripping naked does not mean you keep your
Except for
pants
the
on.
pants.
I've
So that's why he feels awkward sleeping with Zaylee.
I can't sleep with clothes. Verna can't sleep with clothes. That's just how he is.
I've been in a tent with you while you were sleeping.
Only Manchester, he keeps the pants on.
Okay, just making
That's
sure.
not naked then.
You said naked first, and then you said that with the pants on, and they're just the.
He retconned the pants back on. He was about to take them off, and then he remembered Zaylee's there.
Dead ass. I'm not better with dude though.
Don't be shy, darling. I've seen it all before.
Work is done, and I'm gonna move you guys. So, Mika, you let them know that you're kind of leaving, and you'll be back when your work is done, and you make your way out onto the city.
Mika purposely, and with Omen watching, just gets out of uniform and just puts on some casual clothes. And then just heads out.
Omen
I'll be
waves
back.
goodbye.
Stay safe. And if you need
I'll be
anything,
understood.
I'll hear you yelling from wherever you are.
Are you sure?
No. Anyway,
That's what I thought. That's fair.
first I'll be rolling stealth. I don't want anyone to know that I've been going in there.
Okay, so you, with that roll, you're able to fairly easily make your way through in and out of certain groups and socials before finally you find yourself walking just ahead of the normal night goers, especially the lantern catchers who go around making sure to light the night's bit of oil for each of the lamps throughout the capital. Of course, the place where you're headed is the darkest place within the capital, the place where the lantern goers don't care to go, as most people there would much rather prefer the dark. The Rat's Wall, as you slip ever so seamlessly from the higher part of living into the lowest part that this capital has to offer.
So, I like to visit just people who I used to know, if that's possible, or at least where I think they used to be. See if they're there, and then ask them what I need. Trying to make a wide berth from certain areas, if you know what I mean.
Not completely understandable. So, the first place that you end up heading to is a fairly large and well-established, or at least what used to be a large and well-established guild hall. Its walls fairly decayed and the roof kind of caving in certain places. It still offers some of the driest and cleanest places in which someone might be able to rest, trade, or simply exist without the need to defend themselves in every patch of land that they walk on from any other vagrant who'd come and take it. Yes, the Shark Tooth Company used to be great, and now it is simply a shelter for the vagrants. You walk around and try and find a few familiar faces to help you find and locate your mark. There are plenty of people here to talk to. What types of things are you asking? How are you approaching them?
I'd like to start off with asking for the description of the person that was given to the description that was given by Obsidian, and then in passing, just also ask about the other mark. Just at the end. The main focus is put on the person I'm looking for Obsidian, and then less so the other one.
Okay, so you kind of make your way in, and there are a few people that you know are kind of like well-established peddlers. They clean up the best they can to walk among the commoners market, but they do most of their work just supplying to the few coins that people can bring in here. And these peddlers are at the very least good for seeing the multitude of faces that come through these kind of decrepit streets. And in the midst of those passing bys, give me your best I guess you can choose how you want to approach them, whether it's some people that you're friendly with or not. But give me your best, I guess, intimidation or a persuasion check to get the information that you want.
I like to use persuasion, and I like to just take one platinum that I have and just like flip it around in my hands for when only they can see it, just like between the fingers and just like between each hand as we're talking.
Okay. Go ahead and roll with advantage. You know, money speaks in a place like this.
That's one, and that's the other. That was a hard roll. Holy shit.
Well, luckily enough, the money did a lot of the speaking for you, and those weren't necessarily bad rolls, as the peddler that most people know as Crocodile, given the kind of skin condition that they have kind of making their way up, this tiefling man doesn't immediately reach out to snatch the coin from you, but rather goes, the person you're looking for is a fiery one. They barely can tolerate, you can tell by the scrunched up look on their face, they can barely tolerate even the smell of what it takes to be down here in the Rat's Wall. But in either case, they've holed up in, well, who's to know where they've holed up? People say that they see them in passing next to the Northern Inn fountain, and some people say that they don't even belong down here and have even seen them in the nobles' quarters. Either way, if I could tell you exactly where they were, I'm sure I could get more than my fair share, but I'd say if you wanted to try and catch sight of them, well... He seems to be scratching the side of his head, just kind of waiting on you almost.
Oh, you sly dog. What else? And then just starting to roll another coin out, this time only a gold. I do have more friends with more money. And more can be given if I like what you say. And then another coin comes out. But only if I like it.
Listen, I don't know how much into rumors you are, but I don't think this one is worth chasing for you. And I'm talking to you as a friend here. People like to think that this person's all mixed up in the MA, you know? And I don't know if they are. I don't even know if the people exist, but if they are, I don't think it's worth chasing. I mean, from you to me. But if you're not the type to let go of a mark, then I suggest you go and head down to the Yellow Boar. It's a rundown tavern on the western end of the Rat's Wall. You can't miss it. They're the only ones who still have good stone steps to walk up to the door. They're not the friendliest bunch, but what they make up for in a lack of hospitality means people don't come knocking when you're trying to hide. If you got the coin, they've got at least doormen to make sure that you hear whoever's coming for you coming.
And is that all?
That's all I can give you about this one. Most of it's what I know. A lot of it's just hearsay. Hearsay I don't think is worth even the rat's teeth that fell out when they spoke the words.
Thank you, old friend. And I pop him 2 platinum.
He palms both platinums before looking left and looking right, just making sure that nobody's kind of seeing the small fortune that he's been able to make. Right. Well, if you've got anything else you're looking for and you're paying like this, you come back and give me a holler. I'll be happy to help.
Oh, I will. Trust me. I never forget my friends. I never forget where I came from. And then with that, just a small wave, and then just off to the yellow boar.
So you start to make your way over to the yellow boar. You start to make your way over to the yellow boar, which is here, just outside of one of the only, still, well, I guess well-structured buildings here in the Rat's Wall. It's a temple of sorts. People who finally come across the coin that they need are able to go to get any bits of healing to kind of make existing just a little less troublesome. That in itself, before you can even start to walk up the stable foundation of one of the few buildings here, you are stopped by two kind of ruggish looking. One seems to be a half orc, and the other one is a Goliath of sorts. These two towering individuals who just look down at you.
My, aren't you the big ones? Fancy letting me in?
Oh no. You got any business here?
Oh, plenty. None of your business.
That's a shame. People inside pay me to make everything that goes in my business.
Oh, really? And how much do they pay you? A copper?
Do you think I'd be willing to bleed over a copper? You got no business here.
Oh, then I say just flick of a finger and then 1 gold piece, 2, 3, 4, 5.
The half orc man's trying. He puts on the best face that he can. That this is not catching his interest. The Goliath, you have his full attention as he looks down and he goes, "Look, listen, I make 2 silver a month. I'm not passing this up. You go on in and you let them know that. You let them know I sent you. And tell them they've got an issue with you've got a old copper jar. Then they can come out here and let me know."
Mm-hmm. And your friend, does he want any? Or is this all for you?
He kind of side eyes his friend and he goes, kind of makes the motion like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, okay. And you watch as he pulls out a small, it looks to be a coin purse. It looks and smells more like a sock, but he pulls it out and kind of holds it over to you for you to drop the coins in. And the other guy, the Goliath, he starts to rustle with the keys at his belt.
I give them both 3 gold.
And as you do, you hear the heavy turning of a lock as the door opens up and you step into a very rugged and rundown establishment. Its only key features being that most of its walls are made out of stone, topped by the dilapidating and rotting wood that was some of its key finer features, but its building still solid.
I'm going to just look around briefly and then just walk straight to well, first I'm going to try to find my mark. Just quick glance.
So you give a quick glance to the place and you're hoping to find just a bit of your glance, but you get the idea as you're kind of making your way around that outside of the few people who are too drunk to care anymore, most people who are here are simply looking for the quiet solitude that the place offers. And there are plenty of lit candles and hooded figures, which is the most you can make out. But of the few people who aren't covered, the barmaids make their way through, just trying to gather up broken pieces of mugs and the few clean mugs that are still on the table, and the barkeep, who's in the midst of pouring more ales than he can count. A few individuals sit into the corners of rooms, some passed out at their tables, but nobody who fits the idea of the mark that you're looking for.
I'd like to go to like one of the busiest barmaids, and I'd like to go help her. And I just like to soothing, calming voice. Allow me to help you. And as I do that, just another gold starts flipping down the wrist into the palm.
You watch as she kind of glances at it, and in the midst of you helping her, she picks up cup after table, just as you follow around, just kind of handing a few, one or two here, but her footsteps are guided as she steps you over into a more quieter part of the tavern. Only one sleeping drunk over to the left to even make out the small noise that overhandles the shadows, and she asks, "Okay, what do you want?"
I'm looking for somebody, and I just flash the picture really quick. Not the wanted poster, just the portrait that is there.
Okay, so you kind of hide the wanted portion of it, and you just flash their picture.
Yes.
Okay, so they glance at it and then look back up at you, and they go, "Okay, what do you want with Assy?"
An old friend.
As far as I know, Assy doesn't have any friends.
Friends in high places, at least.
Well, every time Assy comes in here, Assy comes alone, Assy drinks alone, Assy stumbles out drunk alone. So I don't know if they have any friends, but I'm not willing to sell out a stable patron for 1 gold piece.
Okay. Platinum. How much is your friendship worth?
Down in a place like this, it's honestly worth more than your weight if it's good enough. They say the words, but you watch as their eyes kind of keep glancing down at the platinum. Listen, you're not trying to bring him any trouble, are you?
Quite the opposite, actually. I'm here to help them.
Listen, they do a bunch of wandering. They do a bunch of well, I don't even know if they know where they're going, but I think they can remember the taste of alcohol on their lips, and they follow to whoever will open up to them next. So they wander from bar to bar down here. Last week it was us. This week, if I'm not mistaken, they've been hovering around the Drunken Mouse. It's a small little tavern down the road. Pinkish red roof. Can't miss it.
And you wouldn't be lying to me, would you?
My word's as good as any drunk that you've heard, and I haven't had a sip all day. So you tell me.
I hand her the platinum. Anyway. If you're not here, and I don't have her with me, I hope you know how to run. And just a smile, and then just walks out.
All right, so you start to make your way out, and I'm assuming you're trying to make your way over to the Drunken Mouse now?
Yep.
Alrighty, so as you walk up to this smaller establishment, it definitely couldn't hold more than maybe 20 people or so. You're not sure how many of the rooms inside are even still usable given the poor state of the roof, but at the very least, the front portion that acts as a tavern seems to be still in the best of shape. Making your way inside, you see rooms upon rooms of, staggered and drunk individuals.
Does anyone match the description? Or are they all hooded again?
Give me one moment and you'll see for yourself. So you walk into the Drunken Mouse, you see that the place is covered in, some of the more downtrodden of the bunch that live down here in the Rat's Wall. A few beggars take up the few barely functional chairs, while a few peddlers argue over coins tossed onto a table as the barmaid drops a drink down for one of them. A few travelers hold up one of the sidebars, discussing how they wish they had the coin to go and stay in a place more suitable, but as it is, this is the only place where they could at least get a decent drink. But as it is, you search around, and there doesn't seem to be anyone, at least visible, who meets the description of either mark that you've been looking for tonight.
I'll go over and just sit down at the bar.
You sit down at the bar, and the bartender is quick to speak up, and he goes, What are you drinking?
Whatever you have.
He reaches underneath, and you hear the sound of a turning, more than likely a rusted turning wheel on a barrel, before pulling up a mug of ale. Slides it forward. Says, "Copper piece."
There's more in it for you if you tell me where someone is.
Who are you looking for?
Flash the photo.
Never
It's
seen
been a
him.
long night. It's been a very long night, and I do not have the patience for this.
As someone who stays up all night serving some of the people that walk in, I don't want any trouble just as much as they don't.
I am the least amount of trouble they're ever going to see in their life.
Looks down at the paper again and goes, "Listen, I don't care about the coin that's involved. Why do you want this person?"
To help them.
They seem content to just be a small drunk.
I'm putting on my best, just like serious and just somber expression. Just she's
Give
been
me-
through so much, and there's so much better out there. I have a group of people that are willing to protect her.
Give me a perception check. With that roll, when you say that, their expression softens a bit, but you catch out of the corner of your eye the barmaid making her way back over, and he goes quiet as he takes some of the empty mugs out from her and lets her go back to kind of just tending towards the other people. Right. So, listen, she hasn't come through tonight. Don't know where she is. Don't know where she goes after she's done filling her tummy here. Make sure she gets a warm meal and something to drink. Come back tomorrow night. If she's here, I'll see if I can hold her at least until you can speak with her. But if she doesn't want to speak with you, you let her go.
See, I'm on a bit of a rush. There are other people with the same information that I have, and they do not want her to leave alive. I'm not sure she has another night.
Give me a persuasion check with that.
Roger, Doctor. $25.
Okay. With 25, you kind of give up the expression. He goes, "Listen, I don't know what type of help you're bringing or what type of trouble they're in, but they've been doing their best to do whatever hiding they have been. Trust me, you are not the first person to come looking for her. But they have not been spotted or even heard of outside of the taverns they frequent. And they come out a lot. So I'd say they have one more good night of hiding. But I have no place to even point you." but they are supposed to come back here. They asked for a bit of help with taking care of something, and I've got a small bag for them. And they're expected to come back and grab it tomorrow.
If you say so. Just downs the entire drink, puts down the gold. I don't know your relationship with her, nor the rest of these people. But there is so much more to her than you know. And if the wrong people come knocking, this money, you won't see that. The last bits of metal you'll see is a dagger in your throat. Just so you know. Mika gets up and starts heading towards the door.
Okay. And with that, you're back out on the street. And you're not sure exactly where to go next.
Just one last place. Can I go check where I came from?
Absolutely. The shark tooth.
Mm-hmm. And then after that, I'll just head back.
All right. A bit of a longer walk back across the corridors and alleys of the Rat's Wall, and you find yourself back at the Shark Tooth.
I'm just gonna help as many people as I can. If they're feeling ill or anything, I'm gonna try to do medicine checks on them. I'm gonna give out what little gold I have left to people and just like give the person in charge like a platinum. And I'm just gonna try to make things a little bit easier.
Okay. You spend the next several hours looking after the people of this place. You find that a lot of them they're not in the worst of dire straits, but they are about as down as you would seem them be. Most malnourished from a lack of meat or any type of fresh food in their diet. Some, ailing from just the the bad bearings of life, the walking on dirty cobblestone, no shoes, cold winters, hot summers, with very little and always diminishing and caving in environment around them. The sheer sake of hopelessness that kind of comes out of this place is helped just a bit by your presence as you walk around with a standing that for any of them would scream of a person who's above them, who they wouldn't even bother to talk to lest they incur their wrath. But instead, they can find a few bits of coin, a bit of the rations that you carry on you, or at the very least a sip from a water skin of water that isn't tainted green by coming up the well in the broken buckets. And it helps. It does, as you see a spark of life inside of each of the eyes of the people that you helped that night.
And just a song of rest for everybody before I head off.
Okay. And at the very least, you leave behind a place that you've known a very long time. And at the very least, a slightly better state than the last time that you left it, all those years ago.
Goes to adjust the tie, doesn't have one, and then just starts to head back.
Okay. And it doesn't take you long. It doesn't take you long before you're able to find your way back to the Laughing Pickle, make your way up the stairs of the emptying out establishment, and back into your room, where I think Omen is fighting through insomnia to stay awake, in the anxiety of someone else other than you coming through the door.
I'll just give a knock at the door. Omen, are you awake?
Yes.
Oh, that's a problem. Okay, I'm coming in.
Oh,
I
my
walk into the
apologies.
room. I cannot see the map, but yes, if you can place me there. This token doesn't have vision, most likely. Hello there. Is she on top? Are they on top of the bed or below the bed?
They're below it. They're under the bed.
I'm going to assume that this is where you've been this entire time.
Oh, yes.
Please come out.
Oh, okay. Omen scurries on out.
Anything happened when I was gone?
No, I just kind of laid under there. I tried to sleep, and then that didn't work.
Would you like me to put you to sleep?
That sounds threatening.
It could be, if you're into that. But it's far more gentle than you think.
Sure, I guess.
Just lay down on the bed.
Omen does as instructed, I guess.
So, as they're going down to lay down, I'm gonna start playing the Song of Rest. Just taking out, I think I have one instrument on me. I think I do. Nope, I don't. What happened to it? I don't know what happened to it. Anyway, I'll just be humming then. And I'm gonna start casting suggestion on them. And if you want to fight it or not, you can. But with the agreement we have, I'm not sure.
They've essentially consented already, so it should be fine.
Okay. So, as I lull you off to dreamland, and you have a wonderful rest, I'd like to tell you something.
What's up?
I come from nothing, and I still feel like it, sometimes. Everything you see about me is a lie. Now, you're going to go to sleep, and you're going to forget that I ever said that. Good night.
Oh, okay, good night.
And I cast suggestion on them.
And they're out.
Okay.
And then I'll just sit here at the desk or at the table and just go into my trance for 4 hours and then hopefully come up to tomorrow.
Okay. And with not much else going on, you all rest and are able to get a full night's kind of slumber before awakening the next morning, refreshed and ready to take on whatever the day has to offer.
Obsidian. Wake up.
Good morning.
You survived the night.
So I did.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
What say you and me unblock this door and go down and get some breakfast?
Yeah, I'd like that. Obsidian says, very much so, probably looking even more like a mess than he did yesterday. If that's even possible.
I'm doing my best not to laugh at the clown smudges.
Yeah, the already complicated design of his orange just peeking through where the body paint has smeared across his arms and face.
Oh my god. Obsidian.
Hmm?
Onyx. You're looking a little more like you today than you did yesterday.
Huh? Oh.
I don't know if you care, since they already have sussed you out, but
maybe I should, maybe I should wash up. At the very least, I don't think... Was I supposed to sleep in this stuff?
I don't know.
I don't know either. You head out first. I'm going to clean up a little bit.
All right, I'll watch the door outside.
Thank you.
Let me out. Let me out. Let me out.
And while Broussard is outside the door, Obsidian
walk
would
out now.
just kind of grab one of the chests of all things and use it as a container to cast, create, or destroy water into, so that he would have something to kind of dunk like a piece of cloth into and wash himself.
Alrighty, and that works. They're mainly just used for basic storage. So you open it up and it's empty, as you would expect.
Trying to do a quick job because he half expects the chest to not entirely hold water very well.
It's not cured wood. It's not cured wood, so it's not forming a hard seal. But it's a bucket.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday it was a chest. Today it's a bucket.
Just gonna give a knock at the next door over.
Morning, you two.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Go ahead and open the door. Oh, Nika.
Are you
Good morning.
are you dressed? Looks
Ooh.
down.
Yes.
Good.
We're just preparing ourselves. I'm still cleaning my weapons.
Okay.
Werner would have
What?
spent the morning cleaning the red glaive, making sure nothing's on it.
What did Mika want?
Just checking up on us. Anyone go outside later?
Well, I'm not going to hold myself up in here any longer than I have to. She kind of just closes her little compact and tucks it away and stands up.
Let me chill outside soon then. I think everyone else was awake.
Ah, I see.
Still cleaning the red glaive.
Well, don't let me rush you. You look very busy right now.
Stroking it.
You
Stroke that
scrub.
glaive, you bad bone boy.
You
You broke him. You finally
broke
did it. You finally
I was just gonna say you try and clean the red glaive as best you can, as is your routine, and it never gets rid of the deep red hue that's on the end of it, and that suddenly I couldn't even start the sentence.
Try as you may, you'll never be clean. You'll always be a dirty boy, stroking your glaive.
Stroking your bone stick.
Zaylee pauses in front of the door. I have to ask, are you okay?
Nightmare? Nightmare.
You had a nightmare.
Well, I woke up early in the night and kind of sat down in the chair. It's been 4 hours.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to talk about it? Is there something troubling you?
Yeah, there is. But this might be something privy to the whole party to hear. So, I'll talk when everyone's comfortable.
Well, all right then.
You're looking spiffy.
Thank you. I think maybe today at least we can try not hiding and see how things go.
Oh, Jesus.
Smashes in his face.
Good morning.
Zaylee just blinks innocently.
Good morning.
Did I frighten you?
Well, the door just kind of flung open and you stepped out and I was walking and yeah, a little bit.
That's typically what happens with doors. People come in and out.
Blink, blink.
Can I just say that I imagine the doors open like Minecraft is.
I'm trying to like look past you to see if Vern is in there. Vern?
Hmm?
How's Chompers?
What's on the terrible? I think he survived the night.
You think?
I don't know, it's right here. How's Chompers? Like, I put him on the
Morning.
table, poke him.
Okay.
Good morning,
I think he's
everyone.
fine.
Coming in.
Oh,
Chompers?
looks-
Chompers?
Chompers? I know I didn't eat him.
Alrighty then.
Morning to you both.
Good morning. Ugh.
I didn't think eating the turtle
Yep.
was an option.
Still a turtle.
Just
All
gonna
right.
I
If
don't
he
think.
ate the turtle, would he eat a dog?
Let's not think about that.
Agreed, actually.
After my rousing night of spending, I'm just gonna sit here.
I'd like to go up to the person at the bar. Is it a different person?
Nope, same person. You can only assume it's the owner, but it's the same person at the bar. In the midst of pulling out like a few of like the breads and fruits they had delivered the morning. They usually have a pretty good breakfast crowd before people go to work. So
Good morning. Do you ever sleep?
I got my fair bits of sleep. They weren't open too late.
Cool. Would you mind doing me a favor? And I'm gonna put a letter on the table. Could you mail this out for me?
Certainly can. The Wanderers usually come by to let us know if anyone's expecting anything, so I can pass it on to them.
Thank you. And can I get breakfast for my group over there?
Absolutely. I'll have a couple of plates sent over, and it'll be one silver piece to have the letter sent out.
Okay. And how much for food?
they start counting out how many people you have, and they say, 4 silver pieces. Now whip
Get
up
extra for
everything.
Vern.
That's 5. All right. Well, I'm gonna give you a tip for keeping my letter safe all this time. So I'm gonna go ahead and just put a gold down. Here you go. Thank you.
Ruining capitalism, one purchase at a time.
Yeah.
Economy? Who
I'm
needs
going to
it?
disable this entire economy with information.
Destroy the capital! Destroy capitalism!
Excuse me. Just gonna. Can I get over?
Oh,
Jesus,
hello.
Jesus,
Hello.
Good morning
Everyone
to
had
you
the same
too.
idea.
Well, it's not long before the barmaid starts making their way over with plate after plate, and as soon as they each of you have a plate in front of you, you see that in the empty spot where Vern is supposed to sit, she just kind of places all of the extras, just assuming that someone isn't sitting there. But it works out later.
Because Vern is a black
Future tense.
hole.
Wow.
So,
You called me a hole.
It was me. Get over here.
I said a black hole.
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 anyway,
You want to be that kind of hole you can be.
what would you like to do today?
As always here, I have no plans.
Well, I'd like to look for that some information, but if you wanted to do the thing with your family, I'm down for that.
Oh no, that's a whole other thing.
I was
is-
going to ask, how far away is your family?
Not very, but they're gonna make us want to stay for the night, and then they're gonna be the ones. Oh no, we want to give them the best accommodations, and then you're gonna be there for another day, and then another day, and then they're just gonna try to get you into family, and then it's all so fast.
So
In the
I-
family.
I'd actually be rather familiar with that sort of customs. My people were much the same.
Same here.
What?
My.
So wait, you can just join families.
Yes, family is
can-
not related by blood. It's more of a
Mm-hmm.
just a.
No, I get that
Makes sense.
part.
And
Mhm.
I had always mentioned that my entire clan, more or less, was like a family.
Yes,
But
that
yes.
makes sense.
You could just be inducted into a family.
With
Get
parents.
the right. Yes, with the right paperwork and obviously, just legal documents, you can be inducted to any family.
What?
Of course, you
Can,
can't like force it to happen, but
Can I look around the room to see if anybody is paying any attention to Obsidian?
Yeah, give me an insight check as you kind of look around the room trying to gauge people's.
Okay.
Obsidian is kind of just trying to tunnel vision on conversation with the group
Insight.
and feeding, not intentionally trying not to think about how many people, if any, might be looking at him.
dang, son,
23.
where'd you find this?
Yay.
So just 2 parents for all the children. And you can just what?
Well, technically, in upper households, it's not really the parents that take care of everyone. It's the servants. You have maids, butlers. You have obviously teachers and such. So they're more your family than your actual parents sometimes.
I'm still trying to figure out the parents thing, I'm not gonna lie.
It's okay. It's very complicated.
With that roll, Broussard, you're in the midst of looking around, and you do see there are a couple of different people here, but at the end of the day, nobody looks like they're giving any particular attention to your group, other than the fact that you're just a fairly big group. A couple of people scoot in their chairs a bit more as you all come by, but that's pretty much it.
All right.
Anyway, we're here for information, correct?
Correct.
Vern wants information regarding their transformation. Obsidian perhaps wants information regarding the history of what happened and what happened after.
Yes, please.
I may be able to help with that.
Really?
Oh?
How was your trip to the flower shop, Zele?
Quite beautiful, actually.
Not nice.
Did you get a bouquet?
I think it's
Honestly, I
pronounced
prefer that.
Groaning
Honestly,
druid.
that actually
I
does
think it's
sound
pronounced
better.
Buku.
Oh,
Bouquet.
I
Buku?
thought Boko was an effect that, you know what?
deeply angering the druid.
I've only read the word. I've never heard it pronounced.
It's bouquet, but I do prefer the way you said it.
I see.
So Zaylee kind of glances around and then hushes her voice before leaning over the table closer to Obsidian.
What was that?
What was what?
Nothing. Don't worry, it's fine.
Obsidian leaning a bit closer.
I might know who it is that put you in this trouble.
Oh! That's quite the leap, isn't it?
I don't think so.
This is somebody close to you.
Oh, I wouldn't say close to me. I just know of them. I've seen them. We might work in close vicinity.
Interesting. So, would you rather pursue the direct lead that Zele has or an indirect one regarding the information of the person assassinated? Well, not assassinated. Dearly departed from this world.
Obsidian seems to take a moment to really kind of think about that. Because that is two major directions. And,
The way Mika and Zele are just NPCs with two different quests.
you kind of see much more compared to the timid, very anxious state he had been in yesterday. He might have done a lot of thinking last night before sleeping, and he resolves himself a little bit before he says, if I want to understand what happened, I think a more direct route would be the best way about things.
Direct it is.
If that's okay?
Of course. I still have to go help Vern with whatever he is looking for. Well, regardless. Zele, do we do anything... Is this something we can do directly right now, or is it something that we have to do later?
You know, that's hard telling.
Really?
But mostly because I don't know exactly where they are. I have an idea of roundabout where they might be.
As would I.
You know, people who like to hide in the most obvious of places, don't they?
They really do, don't they?
Obsidian's just looking between the two of you, very obviously confused about if we're still talking about the same thing.
Doesn't hiding in an obvious spot defeat the purpose of hiding?
It
Not
does.
really.
Oh. That answers nothing.
Two perspectives.
They're both the same thing, really. Just eye contact with Zele. The obvious tension between the two of them.
Zaylee just smiles and blinks.
Also does the same.
Omen is visibly confused.
The weather
Obsidian
outside.
is also confused, but just returns to his meal. And what was that, Twitchington?
I was asking what the weather looks like outside.
Fairly clouded skies. feels like it'd be fairly moderate temperatures, but otherwise about the same as yesterday.
Cloudy skies. All right. Scary.
Oh,
Minor thing. We may have company.
Hmm?
I saw some people pass by the window, but I did not see them pass by again.
Oh, there was people standing out there.
Yes. I'm not sure if they're here for... Allow me to go pay them a visit.
Well, hang on. I think we might take a moment here to talk something over real fast.
Of course. What is it?
Yesterday went abysmally, so let's try to avoid that again.
What did I miss? What did I miss? Tell
I
me.
won't do the talking.
Zaylee just looks at Omen and then looks at Broussard.
Obsidian is just shrinking in his seat.
All right, don't
Okay,
look at
I
me.
was gone
He
for I was gone for an hour. What happened?
A guy came in and he was yelling at Omen and threatening him and all this other stuff. And as one friend should, I and Omen both stood up for Obsidian. That's how I saw it.
Did you threaten to kill them?
No.
You did threaten him.
I said,
Not to kill him.
I asked Obsidian, do we invite him in for a drink or do we invite him to an alleyway? It was a simple
That is
question.
insinuating violence. Why would you insinuate? Never mind. Okay.
I just said it was stupid to think that nobody dies in an adventuring party and that he was a naive little fool.
You
Yeah,
don't
that
say that to someone's face, but honestly, thank you for doing that because I want to right now. Anyway,
Obsidian just is becoming more and more
Right.
boulder shaped as he's sinking into the
Okay,
table.
okay. I'll go outside. Give me.
I just want us
Just
to be a
a
little
minute.
more collected than we were yesterday.
All right. well,
Obviously,
you'll have fun.
something goes wrong when I'm not here, so I'll.
Listen, the situation was far beyond my control by the time we got to it, so...
I think
I
it was out of
understand.
everybody's control as soon as he saw Obsidian.
I open the door and just step out and just look at these three people in front of me.
I'm gonna
Is this
stand
a
here
double
with
door?
you.
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
I was like, did I just walk through a wall? What the fuck?
Thank you, Broussard.
So when you open up the door, you see standing in front of you there are two half orcs and a brass dragonborn. They all seem to be kind of collected into a midst of a conversation. As you open up the door, they kind of pause and like look at you three before the brass dragonborn turns back to one of the orcs and they go, "Are you sure this is the place where we had the drinks last night? Because I want the same one that I had. It was tasty." And the orc goes, "I'm sure this is the place. We didn't wander too much further. We wandered back down the street to our inn. Curly over there had
Insight.
the keys." Go ahead and roll an insight.
Where is that? 4. $22.
19.
Okay, so it seems like you have definitely caught them in the midst of just probably the worst lie in history.
Mm-hmm. Now, what would you like with this inn? It's a very funny name, but I think you would remember.
Well, that's what I told him, is we do remember this is the place. He looks
Stop
up,
lying.
and the Dragonmore turns towards you and he goes, "Look, that's a very rude thing to say. But if this is the place, then we'll just go right inside."
Zaylee side-eyes Mika and then just steps to the side.
Omen looks at Mika like, you can just yell at people when they're lying?
I'm just gonna stand in front of this door and just watch them.
Zaylee pauses for a moment, kind of like taps her fingers in thought. Pardon me.
The man who just takes a step forward turns and goes, yeah?
Have we met before? You look awfully familiar. As she bats her eyes at him.
I think I'd remember a pretty face like you. You came in yesterday, right? Big old group? Bunch of...
I did, in fact, yes.
I don't think we had the chance to talk, but you all got into a big old yelling match the other day or yesterday, and that sounds like basically the end of it. You gotta excuse me, we did a bunch of drinking yesterday.
Oh no, that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. You know, I would like to perhaps have a chat with you later. I swear I've seen you somewhere else before. Are you going to be here long?
Well, I'm assuming this place has the drinks that my friend back there wants. We'll probably spend the day here just lounging.
Well, I do hope that you'll entertain my fancy later, if you're still around.
I'll be around for whatever you want later. And the man seems absolutely elated before the Dragonborn steps over and just gives him a push through the door. Their friend just follows behind. You gotta excuse them. They're going through a lot.
Perfectly understandable.
And the three step in, and the first two, the Dragonborn and the first orc, they head right over to the table they were at yesterday and take a seat while their friend heads up to the bar to go and grab their drinks.
I'm assuming
Morning
that wasn't the person. That wasn't the person that caused issues yesterday. Otherwise, you wouldn't have let them in.
Oh, no.
Okay. I just yelled at random people. I'm sorry.
I thought it would be impolite to correct you in front of them.
I just really don't like when people make Obsidian uncomfortable.
Well, the person who was hounding our friend was let's see, I believe... Were they an elf? I'm trying to remember.
Half elf, I think.
Half elf?
They were a half elf.
Yeah, Zaylee will give a brief description of what they looked like.
They sound like a ponce.
You'd be correct.
I don't think you're entirely wrong.
Mika says being the exact same person as they are.
But to be fair, they were rather confrontational, although I don't... I don't recall them actually threatening Obsidian.
They don't have to threaten. I'm pretty sure they're the kind of person I think they're about. They just make vague comments and then they put the fear of God in them and then it's disgusting.
Yeah, that's exactly what he did.
They promise something that may or may not come to fruition and then, anyway, let's go head back inside.
Depending on what we find today, it might be worth seeking them out to have a conversation later. So it would be nice to not have all of our bridges burned.
Of course. If anything, I'll use whatever connections I have to mend whatever happens.
As will I.
What did I drink last night?
False alarm, everyone.
Obsidian very slowly is kind of sitting back up, hearing that.
I like to imagine Venom was just eating a sandwich that entire time. Like the little foot-long subways.
Just bread.
Yeah.
Just a whole
Just
thing
bread.
of bread. And you just
Yeah,
put
just
whatever
eat.
was on the table with breakfast and just put it on the bread. Your
Like, you
own
guys
stuff.
look
Just
like
made
that.
your own makeshift sandwich out of it.
There's a chicken thigh on there with the bone still in it, and it's just.
Oh no.
Oh, he would eat the bird. He would.
Just
He
bites clean
has.
through it.
Yeah.
You are what you eat.
You are the
Bones.
bone
Puts a whole
daddy.
ass fish in there. Eats the fish head.
And the eyes and the brain, and yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Vern, would you like to go learn about your condition? Though I'm not sure if you will be allowed into the archives, but. Are you perhaps under any magical enchantments that may or may not prevent others from seeing your true form?
Well, has a sandwich bit in his mouth. I'm always under the disguise self spell, if that helps.
That is a problem. It'll be dispelled. That would be really bad.
Should I dispel it now?
Don't dispel it now. I'll do the information gathering that you need. Just you go with Zaylee, and I'll take Omen with me, perhaps, and we can go discover your infliction. And Zaylee has the most direct means of combating Obsidian's problem, so I suppose that would be the best for them to go together. As you included.
Still bites into a sandwich. Go.
I see. You handle that, and Omen can also come and deal with whatever they may want to look up.
Oh.
Sounds like we've got a plan then.
Is there a specific time we would like to meet up?
It's early morning now.
Yes. Yes, it would be early morning right now.
Around dinner.
Lunchtime? Oh, dinner.
Dinner or lunch? Lunch or dinner?
Afternoon.
Supper then.
Supper.
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 Sounds
Alrighty.
fine by me.
Alrighty, so Mika and Omen, and then Vern, Zaylee, and what's Obsidian and Broussard doing?
I believe it was under the impression that Obsidian would be going with Zaylee and Vern? Question mark?
I think that's what was said.
Cool. Yeah.
Alrighty. So let me grab everyone and we'll shift you back over onto the...
Well, hold on. Twitch, what was Broussard going to be doing?
I guess I'm gonna go off on my own and look for information about the earthquakes. Maybe an archaeologist or something.
Would you like to just come with me and Omen then? Because we're gonna go do some pencil pushing anyway.
Sure.
Alrighty. So give me one moment. I'm going to get you guys back over into the other map and we'll get you split.
Splitting the party!
It's fine. It's the capital. You'll be fine.
Splitting the
Crime is illegal
party.
here. Trust me.
Trust me.
Let's
Trust me,
split
crime
up,
is illegal.
gang.
Trust me. Crime is illegal. Trust me, I'm a cop.
There is a cop in your party. I am the cop.
That was
Oh
the
my
joke I
God.
was making.
I am a police officer. I am the law.
This is where things start to spiral out of control. The power goes to their head. Lawful evil is a thing.
Just because I said that last night does not mean I meant it.
Shifty eyes.
I'll just leave, I guess, a little bit of information I have with Zaylee about what I found regarding, Obsidian's issue and person as well. Which was, they were seen in the Nobles District as well as the Rat's Wall. More so in the Nobles.
Understood.
Alrighty, so, Mika, Omen, and Broussard, you're all going to was it the temple or the place of higher learning to do the looking up on the affliction?
Higher learning.
Alrighty, so your trek is going to lead you actually outside of the Commoner's Market, straight up through the guard gate and the more solidly built stone walls as you head upwards onto the Nobles District. And the moment that you step up, you see that the cobblestone that they've used to kind of engrave this layer is a much more cleaner and brighter set as it kind of illuminates and catches the sun, making this seem like a much brighter environment than even the place that you came through from below, which was more of a busy commoner section, but was by no means a downtrodden place. And this is emphasized by the grand staircase leading up to the Skylian Castle, and to your right, the Grand Temple of the main faith of Skylia as a country, and then to your left, the place of your actual destination, the Grand Arcane University, the place of higher learning and record-keeping location for all of Skylian history.
We are heading there.
Place looks different.
You get used to it.
Yeah.
And while you all head northward into the Noble District, Zaylee, Obsidian, and Vern, you all were going to be looking into the issue with Obsidian's problems.
Yeah.
Alrighty, and you learned of a few different, I guess, a few different ways that you could approach that. How would you like to?
Since Mika let Zaylee know that they heard that they would be up in the Noble District more often, that's probably where they would go looking.
Alrighty, so up in the Noble District, there's a lot of just basically like noble homes, a lot of grand courtyards, and then a lot of like upper echelon shoppings and markets. Were you looking anywhere in particular?
I would try to think, because what was their name? Radial, thank you, had told her that they had been helping them lay low. So I would try to think of any place where a Midnight Ambition person could go in the Noble-esque area, should we be seeking shelter.
What better place than religion?
You try to think of where you would go in order to kind of get a bit of coverage if there were a lot of people coming from. And you get the idea that as you kind of make your way up, you head straight up into the Noble District, kind of following behind your friends. Though this, rather than turn left into the university, you do turn right and you head straight into the give me 1 second. I just noticed something about my stream that I need to fix.
By all
This
means.
Remember this stream, the battle map. The map was made in
Dungeon craft.
Dungeon Draft.
Craft.
Fuck. I mean, this map is made by Dungeon Craft.
Oh my
Dungeon
god.
crap.
Dungeon Craft.
This is why we're not sponsored.
Because you keep messing up.
Not yet.
This is why I'm not the sponsorship person. I'm gonna check out that Anthem's Archive made this lovely city that we're gonna burn down in 20 sessions time.
This is gonna be the group. It's gonna be that group versus this group. Exactly.
In the future.
Literally spy v spy.
Also, don't remind yourselves to check out the players behind the characters. Again, going down the list, I don't want to do it.
Going down
Say
the
hello
list,
to
we've got-
Sharpame, who was playing Vern.
Why? It's left and right.
Did I not say it right?
No,
I
you
didn't
do
say
it
it
left
right?
to right. That's right.
Okay. Okay, so Marciam.
I love it. Okay, I did get it fixed. You all head up and you step into the Grand Cathedral of the Faith of Saren Ray, the main faith of the Skylian Empire.
Ah,
Wow, we're so close to each other.
yeah, we literally didn't go very far. It's
All right,
great.
see you guys later. Awkward walk
So,
together.
Who would like to go first?
The
Rollies?
information people can
Rollies.
go. I don't care. I don't care.
Let's roll. Me and you. Me and you.
Who's you?
Let's go roll initiative.
Roll!
The spy v spy.
It's 5v spy.
Okay.
I'm not gonna beat that.
Yo!
Let's go.
Alright, information people.
first.
Heck
Alright,
yeah.
Time to learn about ancient history. Or modern history.
Ancient, most likely.
History in the making.
Alrighty. So, you all make your way up. Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. I really needed it. You all pull up to the Higher Learning Arcane University. And as you make your way up its grand steps and to the doors, the mainstay of the university is on full display as you see an immediate staircase that leads up to 3 different floors of just libraries, books and shelves filled with the knowledge collected over the ages, tables in which people would study, and running around you see receptionists and actual ongoers of students and simply people who are wishing to learn, filling the area even at this early stage in the morning.
I would like to let whoever is manning the receptionist to. Hello there. We are here on the behalf of the Order. Knight Captain Raphael sent us here to learn more about the tremors that happened down in Shale Pond. We also survivors of that, so we'll have a little bit of a personal connection to that. Do you mind if we have access to the more deep sections, if you don't mind?
The receptionist, they fix their glasses on their nose and they go, by all means, well, if you have the command of the Order behind you, I'm more than happy to direct you to the sections that I think would help you most. They look over your group and they try and catch all the words that you had said that you wanted to look into, and they go, right, so there are official reports that have come in for the tremors that have happened down there. We can catalog them for the Order just the way that they want, and then I guess I could collect information on why tremors, theories on why tremors happen in the first place, though they haven't found anything concrete on these most recent tremors. And they just begin walking you through up the first set of stairs, up to the third floor actually, and into a separated section that's actually behind a closed door. They open it up and you see more books as you would expect, and then different sets of tables where people are learning. But this actually has nobody in it at all. as they offer to have you all sit at the table while they go and gather the most recent reports that were brought in.
Do you have a map, possibly, of all of the recently reported tremors?
I can bring a map to you. That you could use it in reference. They haven't marked down a full collection of the map over tremors, except for the ones that were down in the God Steps. Those are very recent, so I don't know how useful they'd be.
All right.
Is that all you needed, Prasad, then?
No. Have there been any other strange natural disasters reported as of recently? Other than the tremors?
Let's see. A fairly big storm hit just outside of the Braille Expanse a few months ago.
Was there anything strange about the storm that you've heard through the grapevine?
From what I heard, just the color of the color of the lightning was a bit off. At the very least, it was enough that someone felt the need to report it. And the other strange report that it came through was the well-documented effects of the elder forest. People have been complaining that the whatever was happening there has actually been spreading outside of the range of the forest that we hadn't documented before. So as far as I know, an investigation was going on about that as well.
Omen looks horrified.
Oh, okay. Just any information that you can bring up, I would appreciate that.
Omen, would you like anything?
I suppose whatever information on the Elder Forest is available.
Can you write down the name of that city you just said? Oh, thanks, Sally.
The storm happened, so they were referencing actually a entire area on the western side of the map. Past the mountain range is a very sparse, kind of deciduous forest, very usually calm and temperate climate, but they were struck by a very big storm. The entire area is called the Braille Expanse, referencing the more placid hills that a lot of people say resembles the way that Braille for blind people is kind of laid out. In short, it wasn't one city as a whole as much as an entire area.
Cool, thank you.
And darling, while you're going to do that, can you just point me in the direction of demonic entities and such? I need to touch up on a few things. Anything regarding the Order's reports, or perhaps any studies done on the matter?
I don't have much on what the Order has reported on demons. They don't usually report on such. I can get you the reports from other guilds and orders that specifically go after demons and devils, if you would prefer.
Yes, that'd be good. Just point me in the right direction, and I'll let you handle the rest.
Absolutely. There. If you head towards the back of the section here, you're looking for the reports signaled underneath the Crimson Blossom order. They specifically go after reports of devils and demons to get rid of them. And they just point you towards the section and say that would be the best place to start.
Thank you. And I will go after and look for any reports from them. Specifically Bone Devils, but I will also cross-reference anything adjacent to them, fiends in general.
I think Omen asks for the Elder Forest information and goes to wherever that is.
Yeah. So she references you that while she couldn't bring it to you, what you're looking for at the very least, if you wanted just general overall knowledge of the area, is down on the second floor. And when they return, Broussard, they lay out a map of just the general topography of Skylia as a whole, and then several kind of bundles of paper. They really haven't really been documented as an entire book, as there's not really much relation outside of them just being strange events. But she brings together a collection of just strange events that have happened over last few decades, and then specifically separates the ones that have tremors as the main focus.
Thank you. Can I pay you to keep this map?
I'd have to go and see if it's something that we're allowed to let go, but I can come back and let you know.
Thanks.
Or could we get a copy?
I can definitely see if I can procure a copy for you.
I'd appreciate it. Thanks, Holman.
I got you.
Anyway, Team Pencil Pushers will begin their research after this.
I feel like whatever Omen does get their hands on, they just like have the book closed, or like the papers just out, but they're just staring. They don't want to know. They don't want to think about it.
Do you want like a group investigation check from us, or what do you want? Or do you just want to do time?
I will take all of you can go ahead and roll an investigation check just to kind of comb over the information that you have, and I'll say after a bit of time we can go over what you were able to glean from all of it.
Here you go. And I'll give Bardic Inspiration to the two with me.
What does that do?
You get a D6 to
Okay.
use on this check.
Investigation. Roll and then a D6.
That is a 21. That is a 9.
Wow.
Okay, so while that is going on and you all are in the midst of your study, Obsidian, Zaylee, and Vern, you all have walked up to the temple.
Now
Yes, we sent the Bone Devil to church.
Oh god, we did end up sending the Bone Devil to a church.
Take me to church.
I just realized
It'll
that
be
the
fine.
consequences of our actions.
Oopsie.
It'll be okay. Now, how should I put this? Obsidian, are you going to be okay with possibly facing the person who's ruined your previous 6 months?
I don't know entirely. I've spent a lot of time thinking about what had happened, and I'm standing here taking a look at where we are and really trying to ask myself if it's the right place to be emotional.
I think it's the perfect place to be emotional. It just depends on what you do with those emotions.
They are filled. The pews themselves are filled sparsely with the devout who are in the midst of prayer. They go moment to moment. You hear ever so slightly a sob one way, and then the quieted whispers of someone's desires in another, until finally you see a person veiled completely in black, robes covering their every feature, and a very dark veil covering their face. From head to toe, they look almost like a shadow as they walk in the midst, gently touching the shoulders of the people in the midst of their prayer, letting them know that they're there for them, before seeing your group kind of making their way in and walking straight up to them. And they go, well, if you all aren't the liveliest bunch to walk through these doors in a long while. You may call me Sister Sister Final. How can I help you all?
Well, I was actually hoping you might direct me towards somebody I'm looking for.
Well, I don't know how much help I can be, but I have been told that I'm a fairly good listener. I can listen to your request.
I happen to be looking for... Someone about yay tall, red hair, a little bit on the scrawny side.
So as you describe this person, they simply nod and nod. The veil in front of their face making it very hard to kind of make out any of their expressions. And they go, I can't say that I've seen any person of that description in the midst of our congregation. Maybe you'd like me to ask another leader of the church to see if maybe they can remember any such persons coming to the last time's mass?
Would this person happen to have any ambition? She stares at this person, trying to make out their face behind the veil.
Okay, give me an insight check.
Okay. Womp womp.
Yeah, it is very hard for you to glean anything past past their wardrobe to give any insight if your words carried any more weight than you thought. And they go, well, I'm sure anyone who comes here seeking answers of any sort have some sort of ambition, whether to be forgiven or make things right, to seek something else. And we try our best to provide answers. It seems that she kind of glances past all of you, or past you to the other two that came with you, and it says, and it seems that you all have come hoping for many answers. I tell you what, if there's anything more that you all wish to discuss, you're more than free to take it up with our confessionals. Much of the other listeners have decided to take up their time to hear people's confessions and absolve them of what they think that they've done wrong, or provide them with guidance for where they should do next. And she motions over to the deeper within the cathedral. You can see that lined against one of the slanted walls is a row of about 7 or so confessional boxes. That as you're looking over, you can actually see several people just coming out of.
Saley kind of just, clicks her tongue, but then glances over towards Vern. Actually, Vern, you were saying something earlier was troubling you, didn't you?
Yeah, it was.
Perhaps
Right.
this is the time and place to vent about these things.
Sounds like I give Faye a look around into the church. Maybe a different day or two, if that's not too much to ask. Excuse me, sister. Do you know any other places of religion within the city?
Well, there are several there are several temples all throughout the city, but please don't feel the need to have to go running around to simply find a place in which you'd be comfortable. We can, unless it is something of in the religion's faith that you must be alone, or at least only surrounded by those of the same faith, we'd have you open up here just the same. At the very least, you don't need to feel the need to open up your prayers to Saren Ray if it is a different god that you're hoping to have here. Yeah.
It might help you to think of it as not opening up to a god, but just somebody who might have answers, somebody who might be able to help.
If it would help you at all be more comfortable, Vern, I think I could also benefit from a chance to speak my mind. We wouldn't be able to do it together, per se, but we would both be doing it at the same time, if you would like.
If I do the confessional, can you help me find another person of religion, sister? Or any of you, really? I don't remember what church he landed himself in, but I would like to seek him out sometime soon.
Well, this place does act as sort of a congregation place for many of the other temples within the area. If I know the person, I can help direct you to them.
The name is Reverie.
Brother Memorer, I see. He is, if I'm not mistaken, taking up the golden task of providing help and respite for the most downtrodden in our community down in the slums of sorts. If you need directions to the temple, I can certainly provide them. I didn't know they'd, well, he was quite a different person before he found himself on our doorstep, and I am happy to know that someone from his past is eager to see him again.
Just need some help with him. It's been a long time since we had the pleasure of talking to one another. Just wanted to see him again as well. So, I'll take up your confessional idea.
Of course, and with that, she leads all of you over to the confessional pews, and they're as much as you would expect them to be. These large wooden boxes. The open doors already set for those who would go inside and partake of their services. Padded seats, sit down with vented fronts and vented sides so that you can hear the sounds that are both outside and the conversation within that is between you and the person who would hear your confession.
So, does me and Obsidian now? Well, separately at least.
So it would seem.
Okay then. So, Werner walks in.
Okay, so Vern walks into one, and I think Obsidian, you said you walked into another.
Yep.
All right, and what about Zaylee? What are you doing?
She's going to try and like look around those who are in the pews, trying to see if she can spot anybody with the description she was looking for. The assassin.
Redhead. Redhead.
You kind of explore the overlooking ways of the pews, looking for just anyone who continues to fit the features. As you see, this place is slightly busier than you would give it credit for, with its open, very calm atmosphere, and people make their way out through doors, probably to other portions of the cathedral, and go ahead and give me a perception check as you try and take in all of that.
$11.
Okay, so you continue to look over the place, and you don't spot anyone who meets the description of the person that you're looking for, unfortunately.
Okay.
Man, I'm trying to figure out which one of these is going to be the more interesting conversation.
Oh god.
We're going to roll a dice and figure out who.
Flip the coin. Who gets to choose
Oh
first?
boy.
Who's confessing what?
I have returned.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Okay, you get to go first. Vern.
Oh god.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
When you step in, you take a seat, and you are heard. You hear the You take a seat, and then you hear silence for a very long time. As the I guess for what seems like a long time, as the sound in here is meant to keep sound from escaping, except for through the vent to the other side of a veiled sitting position just like yours, so that you can't see the person on the other side.
Bernard sat down, and he hasn't exhibited to everyone else yet, but he has just his right foot impatiently, like a tick, keeps jittering up and down. You can feel the impatience as he makes the surrounding chamber slightly have a small shudder, as if he's tired, anxious.
Okay. And it's after a while that you finally do hear sound coming from the other side of that vented space. It's quiet at first, just as if maybe somebody there is taking the moment to collect themselves before asking what you're here to confess or what you're here to bring up in the moment. Give me
Is it
one
okay
sec.
to be hypocritical?
You said this is going to be hypocritical?
No, I was ask, is it okay to be hypocritical?
Of course it is. Speak however you would want.
I'm a Furbolg. I lived for many years. Those times are long, uneventful. And all my time wandering,
finding something to do is often the most time consuming. After I woke up in an unknown land, awakened by what I think would have been the Wild Mother, I found myself in forest lands. I wanted to return home at first, go back to my family. But there was something afflicted upon me that I didn't think I deserved to go, even though I dearly missed them. I've brought shame upon my people, upon my clan. I don't deserve such niceties and happiness in life, such as friends, good food, people to be with, any form of kindness. But as hypocritical as that may be, I do have to fight any form of any way. I want to return home. I really do. I want to leave everyone I know here behind and go back, north and far away. But the shame of me says no. I cannot. Not until I grow the anger and cease this helplessness. So ever when I die, is I am truly free, or that I live and fight on until I begin to suffer the way I want to. I'm patient, but it has been a good number of 70 to 80 years losing patience. And it became a rise again when I saw my own brother within that cave. Left him alone, and I ran away. Should I have the shame or the pride to face my family? Or should I keep running and become the coward I never wanted to be? And truthfully, I am a coward.
In the end, everyone turns into the thing that they least want to be at some point. It's a part of growth to see that part in yourself, to know how far you could fall and to not like it, to feel some type of shame for when those things find you to scream away from them, for you to want to hide them and not want the people that you care about most to see that in you, just like you see that in you. That's honestly why you run. It has very little to do with fear and much more to do with, as you said, the shame of it all. But in your long life, you speak of having patience and what it means to have it, but what you must understand before anything is that the patience is simply that. It is waiting. When, for most, waiting is useless. Waiting to see the changes that you're hoping to give you a sign is very little, when the signs are simply telling you to take action. And you're hoping for something more direct, something to give you more of a footstone, when that's not the case. In your very long life, even you say, while it is boring, you've seen things change and grow over time, fall, break, and return to the earth before growing again. You just have to remember that you're in a breaking point right now. You're in that breaking apart. It will be painful. You will feel shame. You'll feel as if you don't deserve the niceties and the well treatment, the good food, and the friends. Those things will remain. They're part of the growing process. You, as you said, are a furball, so it is very easy to recognize that it is all a circular moment. And this too shall pass. You'll take control again, see what needs to be done, and move forward towards it. You'll start to build, and all the while you'll recognize that, in the end, that shame, or at the very least, the fear of that shame, is what stopped you from becoming truly shameful. And I believe that you'll take the time to go back to your family when you feel that you are ready, when you feel that you finally overcome that. And I believe that the people that you have around you now, the good food and the niceties, as you put it, well, they'll help you. As it is those small things that make you realize that, well, it's the things that you notice and call boring that are truly what you should be living for. And I think that you should extend yourself to continue down that path, no matter what the anger or the fear or the shame takes you. Because simply stopping means to wallow in that same pit. And as a friend had put very delicately before, why would you ever choose to stop while you're in hell? You have to keep going, my friend.
And or look up towards where the voice is coming from, opening his mouth, trying to like put words out, and has a self-realization of something he has to do. Or at least something is telling him that he wants to do. I think that's all. Thank you.
Of course. Obsidian.
Yep.
As you sit down, there's a bit of a pause in silence as Zaylee, you actually see from the outside that the same woman that you had originally spoke to, she opens up the door opposite of Obsidian, steps inside, and Obsidian, you hear a door open and someone step inside and sit down. And
He takes a deep breath before starting to speak. I want to make clear, first of all, I am someone committed to an ideal before a religious faith. I had been trained to this ideal. I live by it. I had been made to protect those that I travel with, myself, something far more. And time and time again, I feel like I keep failing. Whether it's a minor mistake that causes a rift between friends, or something much more. Something that I am being told I shouldn't be blamed for, but I can't help it. I have no other option but to bear the responsibility for what happened, because the person who is responsible, who is somewhere out there, was probably doing a job just as much as I was, and as much as I want to be angry, as much as I want to yell and scream and do all sorts of things, I'm scared of the idea of what could happen. I'm scared of the potential within me to do harm that I never want to do if I can help it.
Obsidian,
Mm-hmm.
you hear a familiar voice. That's because I'm good at my job.
He immediately is freezing up.
I mean, truly. A single person by themselves, a person marked for death, a dark alleyway. I mean, truly. I understand that you were moving towards a safer place that you could understand, but did you really think that I wouldn't come at you when you were most vulnerable? You put up one hell of a fight. That I understand, and I would never put you down for just saying that that is the way it goes. But I'll give you a bit of the guidance that you came here to ask for. You feared the harm that you could do. You want so desperately to do good. And I think you're putting too much emphasis on the intent. There isn't ever doing bad or doing good. It's the association that people give it. I know what I'm good at doing. And I apply it to the situation to the best of my ability. You worried so much about what you could do. Or rather, you worry so much about what you should do. You stopped wondering what you could do. You could have taken a different path. You could have told one of your teammates that they could have stayed. Hell, you could have told the lady no, kept her where she was. Fighting me in a doorway would have been much better than trying to fight me out in the open. A stray dagger was all it really ever took. But I decided I wanted to go straight through you, make it be known that I could do that. But you're much more powerful than you give yourself credit for. Hell, you even almost stopped me. But that's the difference. The difference in drive, the difference in methods. I simply applied myself until I knew that you had to start to wonder if you could do it. And the moment you started wondering if you really could beat me, you'd already lost.
Can I see anything through the slits in the confessional?
The slits in the confessionals and the slits on the front of the box are all anchored in in place with a thin black veil in between the two kind of grates, so that you can see the light that's passing through it. It's not like a pitch black. There's light inside of the cathedral, but you only really see the silhouette of the person that's talking. A thin, lithe figure. The skin, the thing that pops out the most, though, is that the light coming in through the grates does catch, and even the dark veil can't stop all of the colors. You get a deep dark red that kind of eclipses their head, and they continue on as they go.
Okay, real quick before
Mhm.
they do.
Absolutely.
Question related to just being able to see sort of their silhouette. Would that be enough to count for a spell that I would like to cast that would require being able to see a humanoid within range?
Depends on the spell.
hold person?
So it says choose a humanoid that you can see within range. You know what? I'm gonna say being able to designate a target is close enough. Not like you need their features or anything to do that. So yes, go ahead and you can go ahead and cast that spell.
I would like them to make a wisdom saving throw, then DC 15.
Did you say earlier that I watched the sister?
The veiled person, yes, you watch them walk into the space opposite Obsidian.
Okay. That's unusual, right?
It depends on the place, depending on the person that they want to have listen to the confessional. If they don't have a particular designation for who's listening, they you can have anyone of a particular ranking in the faith just take part or listen.
Okay.
So when you cast your spell, there's a bit of silence for a bit, Obsidian.
Mm-hmm.
Before you hear a laugh and you hear, it was a good try, but I gave the guidance that I said I would. And now I'll have to bid you adieu.
I'm going to be trying to knock my way out of the door before them.
Okay. You go bursting out through the door, and Zaylee, you see that as Obsidian comes barreling out of the door.
Oh dear.
Come out! Come out and show me your face!
You yell at the confessional box, but no one comes out.
Zaylee, you would probably see very quickly the panic that is set in Obsidian's eyes.
Yeah, okay. So Zaylee is rushing over to where Obsidian is.
Uh-huh.
What in heaven's name? What are you doing?
It was them. They were on the other side. It heard everything.
Looking around, this is drawn eyes, right?
Yes, several eyes of people in the pews and the people who are part of the procession for the growing mass. They all kind of glance over at that area.
Zaylee puts a hand on Obsidian's shoulder and like tries to push him in the direction of the confessional that Vern's in. Go get Vern.
Okay.
And Zaylee's going to march into the box that Obsidian had been in.
Okay.
And she's just going to put her hand in the slot and like try and move the little like curtain to try and see if the person's still in there.
Okay, so you go in and you kind of tug at the black veil between them, and as soon as you're able to get it open just a little bit, you hear the slight tearing of the veil as it probably wasn't meant to be moved in such a way. But the moment you do, you see that confessional is empty.
That's fine. I saw where the person walked, so I'm just going to let myself backstage, so to speak.
Okay, so from where you are, so it's like a wooden wall that separates them and then a curtain. So for you to get onto the side that they're on, you'd have to come out and then go back in through the door that they went in.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Yep.
Okay, so you make your way out and into the side that they were on. And the moment that you step in, you see well, just a blank confessional room. You see the seat that they were meant to be sitting on. You see wooden walls all the way around, except for the curtain that you've slightly torn to see onto the other side. And well, that's it for now.
Do I see like any direction like where they could have gone had they left?
Not really. It's a box, honestly, as you would expect from most confessionals, boxed in on every side. That's
But
pretty
like
much it.
aside from coming where I just came from, there was nowhere for another person to go.
As far as you can tell.
Mm.
Also, welcome so much, Raiders. My name's Anthem. I'm the host of Capricious Reverie and the archivist for the endless archive that hosts every story to the end of time. We're in the midst of our session, but I do thank you all for coming through and saying hello and being a part of this grand story. Alrighty, so from there, you don't really see anywhere that they could have gone other than coming through the door that they had originally come through.
Okay. Since I don't see them, I'm just going to assume that they have, tried to flee, tried to stealth away in some way.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm just going to walk back out to where I sent Obsidian and just say out loud, Ilfine, I know that was you, and I know how to find you if you leave. We just want to talk.
I'd imagine Obsidian was partway through knocking on the confessional that Vern was in by time that happens.
Yes, and Vern, you would have you'd have basically just been getting wrapped up with your confession when you heard the rapid knocks on your door.
Okay. Obsidian?
Hey, Vern.
Thank you so much for the posture check and the hydrate check.
Okay, I get it. Okay. Moving out. Where did you last see them?
He'd kind of like start turning back towards the confessional at the time. I'd imagine then that Zaylee's coming in, saying what she is.
I'm scanning for anyone hooded or red hair around the vicinity.
Okay, so it's at this time that you all kind of gather. Did you all gather together as you make your way back towards Zaylee? You do see that this place is definitely getting a lot more full as people are making their way in for the mass, and they are the pews themselves are filling up, and a lot of eyes are on you. And give me a perception check as you glance the crowd, looking for anyone hooded or anyone veiled, or that signature red hair that you were told about.
May I join since I'm seeking her out?
Absolutely.
May I just make some sort of a roll to calm my growing panic?
Sure. You can give me a Constitution check. Okay, so the anxiety hasn't gripped you to the point of stopping you from functioning, Obsidian, as you believe that this, at the very least, this isn't a situation where you feel like the person could possibly get away very easily. Both Zaylee and Vern, though, when you look out towards the crowds, there are plenty of people that fit the description. That's what makes it hard, as you see several different, you can only assume are people who take care of the community and the congregation, all wearing similar black robes and veils. And of the people in the crowd, you see several people with red hair and fair skin.
Damn it.
Obsidian. Let's leave this for now. We're not liking it here anymore.
Yes, please. Please.
Come on, let's go.
Mm-hmm. And Obsidian would be keeping very close to at least one of you, if not both of you, as we're making our way out.
Resolved myself to do what I need to do best. I'm not losing you too.
Zaylee begrudgingly will accompany you guys out. It seemed like she was hesitating for a moment, staring at the what's it called? And the like
Professional?
the no, you know, like where like the back, like behind like the altar and stuff.
Oh, okay.
You know, like where the priest would be. You know.
Mhm.
She stares back there for a moment before begrudgingly following you. If it weren't for the fact that we just caused a scene, I'd be back in there causing a bigger one.
I'm sorry then for messing it up at all. I couldn't think straight just then.
I asked you before we went in there if you were ready to face that person.
I didn't think it was going to be in the midst of me airing out my thoughts and heart.
I'm not upset at you. I'm upset at the situation.
As am I. I'm sorry again.
It's fine. We'll just have to find our information somewhere else. Because it seems like talking to her isn't going to work. And she like screams in the street, like towards the church.
That is someone you know.
It is someone I know of who happen to work for the same people.
And that makes things slightly more easier then. If I know they work in your area.
Well, here's the thing. She doesn't necessarily work in my department. We just share, how do I put this, very similar clientele.
That means, though, at the very least, that there could be another chance or something similar, right?
Definitely.
Oh, sure, she seemed very hospitable.
That's not quite what I meant, but,
I'm sorry. I'm calm now. I'm okay. It's
We need to
fine.
come back here later. Maybe when we have less eyes on us and people with a better ability to look into secret places or something. Maybe.
I have a feeling that she just invisibled her way out of there.
Entirely possible. Let's regroup with the others. LA. And you get Obsidian safe.
I'll be fine.
And with that, the church bell rings, and we take a step back as the other group has just come to a conclusion on all of their research.
I hate reading. I hate paperwork.
I hate thinking. I
Same.
hate remembering, actually.
Same.
I would have been trying to read all the papers that they have given me on all of these specific events and then marking them on a map so that I can see if there's any kind of pattern.
Okay, so with that then, we had a few different things that we were trying to research. We'll go with the simplest one first. Omen, you were in the midst of trying to research just any general information known about the Elder Forest. So, for your role, in the midst of what you were actually able to glean, the Elder Forest is built around a giant tower, essentially, that people believe is actually the issue with the Elder Forest as a whole. This tower that some say is taller than any tree inside of the Elder Forest, which is already a feat in of itself, as the forest has been there for as long as anyone in Skylia can remember, even before the formation of the empire itself. That in and of itself, they say that anyone who enters the forest is met with a overwhelming sense of paranoia, one that invades through their senses and then blends itself out into the environment, letting them see and hear things that may not even be there, making them doubt their senses, their companions, and then finally their own mind. That in of itself is an effect that gets worse and worse as someone continues to make their way deeper into the Elder Forest, and finally alleviates itself after days, even after people have left the Elder Forest. It fades away finally. People go out of their way in trading routes and gathering materials. The entire resources of said forest are almost completely untapped as people simply refuse to go near it, and the area as a whole has suffered because of it. Be that as it is, you're able to gather that there are a few different cultures that are able to exist out in that region, though they themselves still far away from the forest. And the forest itself is believed to be some of the last strongholds of certain cults and beliefs. Even a few of the unspoken of gods who bring destruction and turmoil to the land, believed to have followers who are able to somehow endure the effects of the forest and are able to gather their strength in those types of places.
It's more or less information I already knew. I don't know if I'm relieved or not.
Well, be that as it is, it's still all information that you're able to glean, though the very least you're able to, with your own thoughts, having wandered through the place yourself, you're able to pin in a few details on landmarks and places of interest within the forest's line. Places that you've actually seen with your own eyes, despite the depth that they say to be marked inside of the forest. And it honestly makes a little bit of sense why it feels like you almost lost your mind while you were there. Broussard, you went and gathered all of the information that you could on phenomena and events that had taken over this land and basically become mile markers in the time that Skylia has existed. And you pen them out on the map. And you do see there are events happening all over the place. You're not quite sure how they're related. There are the quakes that have happened inside of the God Step that are the most recent to have happened. There's then to say that though it hasn't erupted, there is an active volcano amongst the actual ridge line inside of the Ebonics convergence. They say that the beasts that live within the Whistling Highlands came out and laid waste to miles and miles of land around the Whistling Highland. This was decades and decades ago now. And finally, during the midst of the first great hero who descended from the prosperous hero peaks, there were several catastrophes that happened in the midst of the war that they fought to bring peace to the land. None of which is bigger than the flooding of the bay that completely devastated the center part of the country. And even after hundreds of years of it funneling its way back out, The land has only recently started to recover in about the last 100 years or so.
At this point, Broussard is kind of like frantically making marks on a map. He's visibly sweating and like gibbering to himself like a crazed lunatic, kind of lost in the papers and then lost in the map.
Well, be that as it is, the other question that you had, the only other place that had ever experienced tremors like those that are marked inside of the God Step is actually the basin of what is now the Shaded Canopy, a specific region towards the base near the coast that they say that it has documented years and years ago shook for about the total of 6 months, causing devastation throughout the entire land that the forest now completely covers up, but surely there are still signs thereof.
All right. There's a tremor here and a tremor there, and then the great flood, and then the beasts, and then there's the X, but there's no mark in the volcano. The marking, and then the oh god.
Are you okay?
No, I am not okay. I am far from very, very far from okay.
What's gone into? Can't be that then.
And I roll out the map. Look at the map. Look at it. Look at all the
Okay.
So all these marks that I've made, all of these individual catastrophes, they're linked. They're linked somehow. But the biggest part of everything here that I'm worried about most, and he points to the Ebonics convergence and the ridge line where there's the volcano. Right here. If there's any nearby cities or anything, they need to get out now. Now.
There's no possible way. Like,
I'm not one to ask for help in high places, but you got people in high places. You gotta sense. Like, can you do something?
I need more proof than something will happen. I can't just say, "Oh, we need to pretty much evacuate an entire city." It's just, I need more than just something's gonna happen. I need proof. I need science. I need so much, and that's not me being rude. That is just how they are.
I know.
I believe you.
I know it sounds crazy, but we almost got swallowed by the earth itself, and all of these, it all points. This is the final step. Can't get it together. All right.
I'll see what I can do, but I don't think it's gonna amount to much.
They'll never believe us. It doesn't matter what we provide.
Oh, those poor people. Broussard just sits down and puts his hands in his head. Hands on his head.
We'll see what happens.
Alrighty, and Mika, you had dedicated your time to looking into the affliction that was affecting Vern, and had taken up looking through the reports left by a organization known as the Order of the Crimson Blossom, an order that had dedicated themselves to the finding and eradication of devil and demon activity throughout the land. in the midst of your investigation, you are able to glean that while it has been very few and far between that there was any collection of events that could be called an infestation of demon or devils. The three most prevalent were a seemingly arcane and more than likely, as they would put it, devil-influenced phenomena that happened down in the Marias Pass. A recollection of the clans that live up in the Whistling Highlands, who say that they battle and defend against devil kind that come out deep from underneath the oldest mountain range in Skylia. Though that is few and far between, the Crimson Blossom does dedicate a lot of their time to patrolling just outside of the Whistling Highlands, never to dive too deep within those kind of ancestral tribal lands. But they do act almost like a barrier for whatever might come out. And lastly is the mention in very, very old journals and mentions during the Order's creation, almost, back when Skylia was first being formed, that basically dedicated themselves to tracking down the most prevalent of devil kind that had infiltrated human society to cause as much harm and catastrophe as they could. And they dedicated themselves to weeding them out of the controlling position so that they couldn't inflict harm on the masses unknowingly. And they claim to have succeeded in that bit, and that's what basically solidified their stance as a prominent order within these lands, though a very old order. They're not as old as the Heroes' First Order, and they dedicate themselves to a very specific cause, but that's the most that you're able to glean from all of your investigations.
Oh dear. Well, we have a lead, but yours seems to be a little bit more important than anything.
What do you have?
There has been a few cases where what Vern has been afflicted with, but there hasn't been much documentation. This other order, however, claims to have removed many of the people who have been corrupted by said influence. So, if anything, they probably also know how to find it and how to remove it, but though I'm not sure if that will leave our big friend alive, is the problem.
That's actually pretty interesting. Where are they out of?
They seem to patrol right outside of where Vern has called home, if I remember correctly.
Everything's connected. Are we done? Sorry, I'm very frazzled at the moment. I'm trying to get my composure and all that. Should we meet up with the rest?
Did Broussard explain like the whole elemental thing or not? Or just like going into that mad rambling?
He rambled about it, that's for sure.
I rambled. I was just
okay. Then I have no idea what's going on. Okay.
Elemental thing? Did I? I'm sorry. I've got like short term. So
you said something about
there was
the storm.
There was a flood. There was a storm. Yeah.
Yeah. I mentioned the tremors. I mentioned the flood. I mentioned the
Let me just roll something. Let's see.
I don't remember if I mentioned the storm. I mentioned Ebonics Convergence.
Can I just roll an Arcana? And just, I'll see. Just see. No. I got nothing. Anyway. Yeah, let's go meet up with the rest. They should be done by now.
Alrighty. And as you all begin to gather yourselves up and
Taking
collect,
this
you collect the map that you've gone ahead and made. You hear the tolling of a church bell just as you're exiting, and right at the guard gate that separates the Commoners Market from the Nobles District, you meet up with your companions to start back south.
Everyone looks absolutely terrible. I don't know what happened, and I don't know
We
if I
got a
want to find out.
situation upon us.
The city used to be nicer.
Oh dear. Well, should we walk and talk, or should we wait?
Walk and talk.
Well, good news for you, Vern. There is an order that is specifically made to find out what is wrong with you. Bad news, however. They are also made to take care of you. By that I mean they kill you.
Oh.
So, we could go visit them, maybe, and maybe you'll live. I'm not sure, but they sure as hell know better than whatever I know.
Well, it's a lead and I'll take it, but that can come way down the line.
They're also located very close to your home.
Okay.
So, if you're ever feeling homesick, you can always head over.
Down the line.
Whatever you say, big boy.
For now, we've met the perpetrator.
Did you kill him?
Unfortunately, they ran away.
They always do.
They caught me in the confessional.
So you didn't die. So, was there a fight, or...?
Which only Obsidian maybe saw them. But
There
Mr. Rose definitely
was-
knows who it is.
There was a
I see.
conversation, or something resembling one.
I would very much like to know what that conversation was.
Perhaps that one is best to be done later.
Mm.
Broussard, you have something to say?
While we were at the, yeah, I'm sorry, my brain is.
Would you
I
like
have a
me to
map.
say?
I have a map of a lot of the recent tremors and natural disasters and whatnot, and I have a feeling that something particularly bad is about to happen.
And how do you figure that?
Well, that's a very long story. But to shorten it up, a prophecy?
It's always prophecies with us, isn't it?
Fortune telling.
Mm.
That's kind of my thing.
Omen kind of looks at the floor.
Obsidian just looking up at the sky.
We are all unhappy. Maybe we should go be happy. How about that? Let's go home. Yeah? Yes. Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah.
Does that normally work?
No, not really, but we at least can ignore the problem until something happens.
Can we find
Regardless.
somewhere else other than the pickle?
Other than the pickle.
What's
Yeah,
wrong with the pickle?
I just feel like the people that are bothering Obsidian know we're going to be there, so might as well find
I
somewhere else.
might have a location. I want to visit an old friend.
Where would that be?
Down by the slums.
That's one place to hide. So, I don't think anyone with, a little bit more than 5 gold would head down there, so I think that's a good place to hide if you want to.
Hmm. He's helping them out as a priest of. Oh, I forgot. Last time I saw him, he just got into the priesthood. But I do want to meet him and talk to him again.
What a
Maybe
wonderful
that'd be a
fellow.
good place to hide away.
Well, I know some places as well, so
I would like to return to our original tavern tonight, though.
is that so?
I have a conversation to have.
That's true. You did. Well,
You can
what
wait.
should we do?
We can go back to the Wigglin' Pickle.
Oh, it wiggles
Uh,
now.
Let's go make merry. Let's go find someplace new.
Someplace new, someplace safe, and then
Let off some steam.
yeah.
Can I make a roll to see if I remember any other inns or anything like that in the area?
Well,
Since
if
it was,
yeah, you could make a history check. You've been here before.
yeah, it's just been a little bit. Where are my dice? Hello, well, that's probably why I don't know where they are. Let's see. Dice? Hello? Please work? There we go. It is... Damn, I don't remember. Everything's changed.
The city is full of assholes now.
So it's not that you so you know that Vern said he wanted to go down and maybe see a friend inside of the rat's
wall.
nest or the rat wall, and you do know of an inn that's down there, but you're not sure if it's still open because while you were there it kind of fell in on itself.
Oh,
I have some place we can go. We're gonna be standing the night at the Rat Wall, but it's not the most fancy of places. But
Ah, Miss Rose. Didn't you need to do something at the right also? Someone? Find somebody? I think.
I mean, we can find somebody when we find them.
Right. Okay.
side eyes.
Blink, blink.
I don't remember the name though.
It is fine.
I
Zaylee is giving you the eyes like, shut up.
I'm not especially picky about where we stay. Right about now, I is it weird of me to say I just want to be near some of you guys?
Scalia Castle it is. Let's go.
Let's not.
Okay.
Alrighty, so are we
Heaven's sake.
heading to the pickle, or are we heading somewhere else?
If we're heading to the Rat Wall, I'll take them to the Shark Tooth Company.
So I will say, okay, so you bring them straight to the shark tooth.
Yep.
So I will say it just depends on what you're trying to do. The shark tooth is a gathering place, but it's not really an inn in the sense that people sleep on the ground there. They really
Yeah,
sleep
that's
in
what I mean.
beds there.
It doesn't. That's what they don't. If they don't mind, it's fine. I'll just let them. It does not matter. That's the only place I know, and I don't want to be on the other side.
I don't care. I usually sleep in trees.
It would definitely be a different scenery than Obsidian's used to, but he's not opposed to sleeping on the ground.
Zaylee will go back to the Laughing Pickle by herself should she need to.
We understand, Zaylee.
Sally's like, I put up with a lot, but I'm not sleeping on the ground.
The floor is where I draw the line.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
What did you sleep on when we were camping?
A bedroll.
So just put the bedroll on the floor?
Listen here. I have business
This
to
is piece of
attend.
shit. The vibe.
Go
Okay.
take
We'll
care
go-
of your business.
I want to.
Sorry.
So in the midst of your talking, you all do make your way down to at least see the space that Nika is talking about. So you make your way down past the Commoners Market into the Rat's Wall, where you go and take in the sights of the common area of the Sharktooth, of the Sharktooth Company, which is essentially people have made a small gathering, bartering, sleeping, whatever they need at the time area out of their common area, which was the biggest place in the middle. And give me one moment, I'll take you there.
But Zaylee, making merry is laying on the dirt floor.
Listen, I will go and make merry with you, having drinks, or a meal, or just sitting down and conversing for a few hours. And then when you all decide to go sleep on the floor, I will march my happy little butt back up to the Laughing Pickle.
Thought it was the drippy pickle.
It is the Laughing Pickle.
You keep changing the title.
The Wiggling Pickle.
Yevon here to make a
Pickle
joke.
Rick!
Yevon here to make a joke and just say it's about to be the moist pickle by the time Zaylee's done.
Moist.
Why?
I am sorry.
You know the dried
No,
pickle.
you're not.
Pickle Brian. Why is it salty?
Why is it spicy?
Because Zaylee's there.
Look, I know we're
My
all
bad.
enjoying the roleplay, but when do we get the fights?
Lol.
Make
I'd like to stab Vern in the back and do all my damage at once, one-shotting him.
hey Vern.
Yay!
Vern, what's your AC?
Make me new character.
I would like to cast Inflict Wounds. I'm kidding.
The city's changed you, Obsidian.
No. You
I was fully
changed me.
I was fully expecting you to just punch through the freaking thing and grab him right in the
You
throat.
really wanted to. I really wanted to punch for you, but like, who the fuck's messing up my boyfriend, bitch?
Boyfriend?
Hey Vern, what's your AC?
29.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. Wrong character.
Fine. 34.
No, it's not.
Also wrong character.
Fine. 15.
Wow. No, it's not.
Pretty sure it's like 18.
Nah, you're lucky.
What'd you do to me?
He slapped your ass.
No.
Shit.
You almost had a snapping turtle nipple ring.
How'd you get under there? Alright.
I told you he's a deity.
Just don't touch the magic tattoos.
You didn't feed him.
Do you want to feed them milk?
You don't feed a damn turtle milk.
Do you not?
No.
Did you feed the turtle milk?
Did you feed my turtle milk?
There's no milk around here.
So that's what I've been smelling all day.
Give me
Oh,
my damn turtle back. You're not getting no dog.
What?
You proved it. You can't have a dog yet.
What?
Not until you grow up.
But I really want the dog, though.
We might get you a ferret.
A I still want the dog. We're going to the rat's hole because I need to talk to someone
About a dog?
about emotional trauma, but the dog too.
Mm.
Anyway, this map has been made by Dungeon Craft.
Oh my god.
There's only so long we can stall.
DM, are you
I'm so-
okay?
I'm sorry. Roll20 is doing that thing where it likes to freeze up on me.
It-
Well, that's
You're
always
perfectly fine.
20.
we can
plus-
pretend. We're
Anyway,
So we were in the midst of a sentence as the barmaid was coming over and collecting drinks or collecting orders for drinks. And Zaylee, you were speaking.
I have a friend who works at the flower shop who
Mhm,
asked something of me that I felt the need to share with you all.
mhm.
Zaylee will pull out some of the papers that she got and sift through them until she finds the one with the portrait on it.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll just lay the portrait down on the table.
Mm-hmm.
I need to find this person.
Is it a very specific portrait?
It's a very specific portrait that I also have in my pocket.
It might be.
Obsidian, not so subtly, kind of looking at the portrait and then looking over his shoulder.
Mika goes up.
Why don't we have the person whose picture is on the table go ahead and describe himself?
follow me. Why'd I tell me that, Dad?
Rest in peace, Hero. We knew you well. Thank you so much for being part of the stream. Anyway, we're gonna see you guys later. This is the end of the stream. Peace out.
Good night, everyone.
roll
Remember to check out
credits.
our player's character.
Now. Let's give them a chance to speak.
Who are you? And what do you want?
Yeah, describe yourself, Stinky.
Oh, oh, I have to describe. Oh.
I mean, you can address us too, that's fine.
Yeah.
So
also
excited for
describe
the
yourself.
roleplay, but
Why
please.
Why is there 5 strange people behind me while I'm trying to chug a glass of fucking beer?
First of all, you can't count.
One of us doesn't look weird.
The normal.
I'm very normal.
You did just cover Zaylee's eyes and mouth with your bare hands.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
So you may
I
not
just-
look strange, but you act strange.
I'm gonna go leave now. I actually can't. I'm stuck here.
4 weird people.
Any. Mhm.
How do I describe her? Like her appearance?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to go ahead with their appearance?
Okay. She is a fairly light-skinned character, with brown and red tone hair, with bangs so long that it covers one of her eyes, bags, and she has nice purple eyes. That is the only thing that's sparkling in her entire appearance. Otherwise, she's seen as very scruffled, and she pretty much looks like she's been outside for a couple of months.
And with that description, Zaylee, the person that is described there is definitely the person in the picture that's in your that's on the paper on the table.
Mhm.
Mika, your paper, while this is definitely the same person, the description is very on point. The picture in the paper does not describe a person of the same energies that you're seeing here.
Mm.
The person in your on your order mission is definitely a person with a lot more spark of life to them.
Before and after.
Emotional damage.
Please, I'll send you to Jesus at some point.
Zaylee will just grab the paper off the table and then tuck it away again. Because it's a little awkward now.
Anyway. Would someone else like to do the talking?
Well, don't be
Look,
shy.
Batman.
Grab a table or grab a chair. Pull on up. If you're going to address us, you might as well come sit with us.
Here you go.
think-
I'll just, bone out of there. You can have that seat if you want. And I will plop myself at the end of this table.
I think what my friends are trying to get across is we'd be happy to have your company. Since you've decided to address us and the like.
I don't even know who you guys even are.
All the more reason to be excited.
And we have no idea who you are. Hi, my name's Obsidian.
Obsidian. Interesting.
I am Omen. I don't do much talking. Or I should not.
Think you should.
I should.
Yeah.
What do people talk about?
Miss
Things.
Barkeep, can we get a round of drinks for everyone in the bar? I'll just pour that platinum, my last money. There you go. Just do that.
Fuck.
Just Mika looks up again and just.
The platinum goes rolling across the table, and they snatch it up, and they make a circle motion with their hand, like all of the rounds, and they're basically just gonna keep bringing over drinks until you can't move.
One free drink for everyone around the bar, even her as well. Like,
I believe that's called a round.
around? Okay,
But
around
It's
to
a
everyone.
it's a tornado now.
Around the world.
I
a
feel like
tropical
I'm in a
storm.
tornado.
I can make that happen.
Please don't.
Right now.
Anyway, Miss. Hello. I see you noticed us. Hello. What brings you here? Mika is panicked and not doing talking very well.
This is how people fail at flirting. Rose?
I'm not flirting.
I think they might have been earlier.
Oh.
What
Why'd you
in
get
the...
closer?
Nothing. I saw something.
Anyway, since we ordered you a drink, perhaps maybe that would, make us a little bit more likable. Come, sit with us. Goes to adjust a tie that's not there.
Alright. I guess some company from other human beings would be a nice change.
You talk
But-
as if this. Oh, hello.
But if I see any funny tricks, I will not hesitate. Do you understand?
Shit!
No. Oh, that's a funny trick.
That's my whole thing. God damn it!
He loves doing funny tricks.
Son of, it's okay.
Hurt his
It's okay.
feelings.
Fuck. It's always me.
Well, look at it this
Son,
way.
it's
The
okay.
table's much less crowded now.
Yeah, yes. Come sit.
Minor crises aside, no funny tricks.
Not even one?
Not
the beginning.
right now.
Oh, come on. Oh, Jesus.
Astria decides to sit right next to Omen because she thinks Omen is
The normal one.
Oh boy, are you sadly mistaken.
Go sit over here in my chair and just do by myself.
Okay, I'm dragging you over. Come here.
Research.
Bring the chair along. Scrape along the ground. Go here.
Hey,
This is
guys.
the most action they've ever had here. Anyway, hello there. How are you this fine evening?
This is my third glass.
And not drunk enough.
I need more.
I mean, more coming. Our friend here just spent a lot of money, so they'll keep coming throughout the night until
Just a lot of
probably
money?
until the barrel's dry.
We,
Yes, it's a lot of money. You just bought the entire establishment, my friend.
we had intended to come here for some amount of revelry, so
If you
count
could
our
drink a lot.
generosity as a part of the fun.
Not
If you
gonna lie,
drink
I
a
don't
lot.
know what revelry is.
Fun.
I don't know. It
If you can
sounds like the
drink a lot,
title
Miss
of something.
Miss, if you can drink a lot, I want to challenge you.
Who?
The lady in front of me. You can drink a lot.
I can assure you that a barrel is not enough for me.
Then we need to find out.
Oh my.
Look, I'm action starved. I need something to do. I need to swing
Would you like to-
something, and I think a mug would do.
Are you guys just gonna have a drink off then?
Yes. I have this.
Okay.
Is it? You wanna? Do you wanna?
Are you sure you want to?
Only one
Drink.
way to find out.
Yeah, you did pay for the drinks. You might as well.
Keep drinking contest. Give us as much ale as you can.
So as soon as you say that, the barkeep, who was just in the midst of like pulling out a couple of mugs to make sure everyone here got to drink, they begin just pulling out mug after mug, and the barmaid is in the midst of filling them one after the other, and soon they have 2 trays full of mugs. And when they make their way back to the table, you can see where they put their bets. As they slide everyone at the table one, they hear drinking contest, Vern. They give you about 4, and then they put the entire other tray in front of this person.
There.
And the tray has about 12 drinks on it.
We need some good music to listen to this too. If you want a fun time, I can try providing a fun time. But we need music. Looks towards the bards.
What do you want me to? Do you want me to start singing?
Maybe.
Honey, if I start singing, you're gonna get hurt.
I have words to
What?
say with her. We can.
Instrument, maybe?
You have words to speak to who?
Nothing. Don't worry. I'll sing.
I have got to see this.
I have a lute.
Can you play it?
I can.
Let's go!
All right.
And I will
Cue the DM getting music.
start strumming the lute.
What is
Bing
that
bong.
TikTok song? where
I'm
like
just
everyone
gonna-
is like vibing in D&D.
I'll just shift you back to my not anxious bar music.
My smooth jams.
How's this? As in general?
That we might have the issue of potential copyright? Question mark?
It's an original song.
Hmm.
This little song video for Eldermancy's new 5e supplement to spice up your tavern experience.
Well, I will say with spicing up the tavern experience, then I will be in the midst of setting the scene as a drinking contest breaks out amongst the party that has finally brought in, well, a stranger to most of you, but a mark to others. And in that sense, you all, at the very least, seem to have found yourself in a space where no one is looking for you, and yet at the same time, you all seem to have something that you're looking for. And that is where we're going to call an end to this very long session 8.
Ah.
Yeah.